Good morning. We are going to get started this morning. First, a little bit with language review, and then we will jump into the report from the Maine Canadian Legislative Advisory Commission. Let's begin with introductions.
Good morning. My name is Representative Jim White. I represent District 30, which is from Guilford to the north of Piscataquis County and 2 towns in Somerset.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Rick Mason. I represent District 97, which are the great folks of Lisbon.
Morning, everybody. I'm Dan Ankeles. I represent House District 100, which is a central part of the town of Brunswick.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Purse. I represent Senate District 25, which is 5.5 communities in Cumberland County.
Good morning. I'm Steve Bishop. I represent Bucksport, Orland, Verona, and the town of Penobscot.
Good morning. I'm Karen Montel. I represent House District 54, Farmingdale, and Gardner.
Hello there. My name is Michael Ray, and I represent House District 40, which includes the island of Islesboro and the towns of Appleton, Lincolnville, Liberty, Morrill, Montville, and Searsmont.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Nangle. I represent Senate District 26, which is around Sebago Lake in Cumberland County.
And I'm Lydia Crafts of House District 46, which includes Newcastle, Damascotta, Bristol, Noblesboro, and Monhegan Island. So thank you, Andy McBride, our committee clerk, and Melanie Furman, our analyst, for being here. We will jump into language review on LD 2068, I believe.
Yes, so in front of you have the final language, amendment language for 2068. It's in that amendment language. It's just adding bi-directional emergency still. There's one change from the version you saw previously, which is just defining bi-directional emergency reflective triangle. That's at pages 31 through 33. This was recommended to be added since it's not in statute, and the definition says bi-directional emergency reflective triangle means an emergency warning device that meets the federal motor vehicle standards. And then it cites where in the CFR that's found. So that is the only change, just to make it clear what is being used.
Excellent. Any questions from the committee? Okay, Senator Nangle.
So this is just a process question, but like I look at Title 29 and there's an entire definitions section, right?
Yep.
Why don't we put that definition in that section?
So that is definitely an option. The only thing, so what's interesting about section 2054 is it has its own definition section within it for definitions only used in that section. And because this is only used in that section, it made most sense. I would say in the future, if like the committee ever had more legislation on this, it may make sense to also add it there, but for the time being.
Okay, thanks.
Unless you wanted, of course, but yeah.
No, it's fine. I just was wondering.
Yes. Representative Perry, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wayne Perry. I represent House District 140, which covers Arundel, Dayton, and about half of Lyman.
Any other discussion about the definition? Okay, looks good. Thank you.
That was easy.
We are going to invite Representative Sayer up. Senator Bennett will be joining us shortly. We're going to hear a report back from the Maine Canadian Legislative Advisory Commission to examine restoring passenger rail from Boston to Montreal.
Thank you very much, Chair Nangle, Chair Crafts, members of the Transportation Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you on a bright and sunny and frigid morning. I have no prepared remarks. We were invited to be available to answer questions about the report, so I have no testimony to circulate. I will, however, provide a little bit of background. The Maine Canadian Legislative Advisory Commission has existed for several decades in the state. In the years preceding 2025, had fallen to a state of inactivity. We rebooted activity of this commission last year, and in June of 2025 reconvened. And one of the first things we picked up was this obligation to examine and report to you on the opportunity to restore passenger rail that connects the two major metropolitan areas that we are situated between, Boston and Montreal. And one area of importance for rail transportation between those two metro regions is that highway transportation between those two regions does not go through Maine. So there's no tourist flow of tourists going from one city to the other, or at least naturally through an interstate highway. So restoring passenger rail would have the benefit of creating a tourism flow through Maine that would enhance our tourism flow between Boston and Montreal. The commission has met 7 times since we reconvened in June, and have a set of recommendations and a set of policy questions related to this report. The report that you have in front of you does summarize past efforts looking at the restoration of passenger rail between Boston and Montreal. This particular report has a specific recommendation from a private sector organization. It's sort of the second half of the report. I see it's Appendix C, which is a proposal for a train hotel, an overnight train that would run from Montreal, well, in both directions between Montreal and Boston, departing essentially at dinner time, doing the border crossing at, before bedtime, and then with stops in Berlin, Gorham, Bethel, Auburn, Portland, and then picking up the Downeaster line from that point, continuing on into Boston. So it's kind of a dinner to breakfast ride with the opportunity to disembark or embark in Auburn or Portland, in addition to the 2 hubs on the trip. So with that, I will happily take questions that you may have. Otherwise, I wanted to turn your attention to pages 8 and 9 of the report, which summarize the recommendations and address the policy questions.
Welcome, Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Apologies for the tardiness. I had the wrong time for the meeting, so appreciate your hearing. And shall I introduce myself actually properly? Thank you. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving the people of 14 communities in Western Maine and the state Senate across parts of Androscoggin, Cumberland, and Oxford counties. And I'm the co-chair of the Maine Canadian Legislative Advisory Commission. Thank you for the time today.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And I think I actually skipped that part. I'm Representative Dan Sayre, and I represent House District 135, which is the greater part of Kennebunk.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. On the Boston to Montreal, isn't there already a train that goes from Boston to Montreal? And it goes through New Hampshire, Vermont, up that way?
I believe there's a train that goes through Vermont from New York. I don't know what.
Okay.
I don't actually know what the.
Okay. I was thinking there was a Boston to Montreal already.
There may be. I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Montel.
Goes to me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here today. I haven't read through this whole report, what I'd like to, but I just want to know historically what you know about the Grand Trunk Railroad. As may come as no surprise, I was reading about it yesterday because you said it's going to go through Lewiston, but will it touch on the Lisbon line? Because that's where Grand Trunk, I know, used to go through for the freight service. So I have a couple of questions. One is how much like infrastructure do you know has been invested in that to make this happen? So I mean, like, is this really something that could happen because there's already been infrastructure put into it? And how it will affect if this was to be passenger, would it go through there? Because it is a double track line, I believe. Is that correct? I know it's a lot to ask.
That is a lot to ask, and I will tell you what I can. Page 3 of Appendix C addresses rail capacity and infrastructure, and specifies that the train would run on the CN line at the beginning of the run from this station onto the CN line to Auburn, where it would continue on the CSX track to Portsmouth, and then MBTA to Boston North Station.
Maybe we can go back to page 8 and go over the recommendations next.
Thank you. I'll dive in. The first one is to extend the remit to the commission. I believe that's a remit that comes from you to us to continue examining public and private proposals to restore passenger rail between Boston and Montreal. Now that we have turned in our report to you, we would need further instructions from you to continue the work from the legislature. Thank you. Second recommendation is what we are doing now. Third is to consider the establishment of a single multi-jurisdictional entity, and that would include Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and the province of Quebec, to focus on the implementation of this project, because it does have an impact on all of those states and provinces. We further recommend that we engage with representatives of our neighboring states and provinces to further discussion and fact-finding moving forward, such as through the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, and or the Council of State Governments, CSG, both of which have entities of state and provincial collaboration in the Northeast and also in the Midwest, and I believe also on the West Coast. And continue to engage with relevant stakeholders, including those listed above. Authorize the commission to work with public and private entities within Quebec and New England to develop proposals and analyze economic, environmental, and other impacts of such a project. Authorize the commission to hold a public hearing to solicit feedback on proposals and ideas for restoration of passenger rail service between Canada and New England, and to review NEPRA's statutory authority to determine whether proposals under consideration may require amendment.
If I could just add something here, thank you. The Maine Canadian Legislative Advisory Commission, you may have gotten into this earlier, but was dormant for many years. When I previously served in the legislature, it was a very active organization, and there were a lot of activity centered a lot around exchange and having the conversation cross-border. Usually that conversation, if it's happening at all at the state province level, is between the premier and the governor. But the point of this commission, which the legislature established back in the 1980s, was to actually have a legislative to parliament to assembly kind of dialogue ongoing on a regular basis. So I'm really thrilled that this commission was resuscitated. I asked for it to be resuscitated. I put forward the measure a couple of years ago to expand the membership and get it going again after it lay dormant for many years. And I think it's just happening at a critical time. And I say that because I know this narrow matter is before your committee now, but many of these recommendations are things that the commission will be pursuing anyway, and it was sort of guidance to ourselves about the conversations that we could go. We're already reestablishing connections with New Brunswick, Quebec, Ontario, New Brunswick through the commission. So the conversations are happening across the whole policy suites, from transportation to energy to trade and tourism. And I'm really pleased about that happening, because it's a critical moment in our history right now where we see a lot of fracture of the traditional relationships from nation state to nation state between US and our Canadian neighbors. And the Canadians are looking for us to engage at the state to province level too. They've asked for that. So I think Maine and the Maine legislature in its actions here with the commission resuscitating it has come at a critical time. So I just put that in by way of context, because these recommendations aren't things necessarily that you all have to act on as the Transportation Committee. I just wanted you to know that these conversations are ongoing. We are going to be having more information about transportation, just in issues related to it cross-border, that we're going to be having at our next meeting on February 11th. And there's the ferry terminal, for example, which I know you guys are very interested in, but a lot of that has, is extra state. It's like, and so I think there's a lot of kind of overlapping here. We don't have any jurisdiction to do anything at the commission. Okay. We just have the ability to have conversations. So I just want you all to think of us as a resource, because we're not trying to step on toes or like claim any policy ground. We're just trying to facilitate this conversation across the border. And to the extent that you have advice for us to do that, we would be happy to learn from that. And these recommendations should be seen in that light, that some of these are just directions for the commission to continue its work. But we did have a resolve that we had to respond to, which directed us by early December to get our thoughts together. They're preliminary thoughts. And so it's the next logical step for you all to if you think that there's further work that we should do in this area, please be direct about that. And we're open for your ideas and input.
Questions from the committee about these recommendations? Representative White and then Angeles.
Maybe.
Well, thanks for being here, and I appreciate all the work. I think that, going to bed after a nice meal on a train and waking up for breakfast as you're getting close to Boston sounds like a really nice ride. With Representative Perry's question about the Boston to Montreal through other states, I looked it up quick. Amtrak does run passenger service for $92, by the way, through Vermont. It sounds like a beautiful ride as well. I think that's probably something the commission should look into and find out their ridership and how they keep that down to such an affordable ticket price. $92 sounds like a pretty modest fee to ride that length of a ride. And there must be some subsidies, and how that breaks down would definitely be of interest if we were to look into doing that. And the ridership, of course, is a key. If they're just booming with riders, then I would see that would be a good selling point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here. I kind of a two-parter, which was first of all, which of these recommendations are designed to have us do something, like which require action by the Transportation Committee in order to be fulfilled? And then my other question, I don't know if you guys know, but in the enabling legislation, did it authorize the Transportation Committee to report out any committee bills in response to these recommendations? I'm getting a no from our analyst on that.
Yeah, I don't believe so either. We're just checking.
I don't
Um,
believe that it granted us the authority to report out legislation.
I think that's correct. I think you're checking. Yeah, no, it was very straightforward, very, a four line resolve that didn't, that really just directed the commission to begin the look at this. The recommendations don't really require any action by the Transportation Committee, but I think it's fair to say that the commission is eagerly interested in your thoughts about how to proceed on this. Again, sensitive to, the jurisdiction of the Transportation Committee but this is cross-border and you're usually focused on things within Maine. So, if you're, we'd be happy to take some direction here.
Did you have a question?
Just to follow up that it is my preference that this commission continue to have conversations and research this. But that's just one guy on a mic saying that, so.
That is a question I have about the ongoing work of the commission, because I think we had previously established a resolve and then it expired prior to the commission meeting. This only requires that this report be presented.
Yes.
Is the commission in a state of ongoing work without further direction from the committee?
Yes, we are meeting again on February 11th. We're basically meeting monthly. And we'll probably be doing that throughout the year, maybe a couple of months off, but and we have as I said, a kind of a larger remit about, we are looking at tourism and tariffs. And we had a public hearing on that subject in early December. And we've also looking at energy issues as well, because there's a lot of cross-border concern and opportunities in the energy sector. And so, yeah, we're going to be continuing our work. I don't think frankly, anything formal needs to be done here. We're happy to continue this work, but it would be strengthening to our purpose if we heard from the Transportation Committee, if you wanted to consider even having a conversation about this after we present, and maybe issuing a letter to us in some fashion with some direction as to whether we should continue, whether you support our continuing looking at this, and any particular areas that you think we should dive into. I mean, we're going to have to get into some of the areas which are really properly before you, which is like the NEPRA relationship, and you have oversight functions there. We don't want to involve ourselves in that, but we're going to have to look at the statute as one of the recommendations here is to see does it fit for, expanding in this direction. So I don't expect any quick action here, but I think keeping the conversations going with your permission and advice would be great.
Senator Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you're asking for opinions, going from Boston to Montreal, somehow involving Maine as some sort of tourist diversion really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I'm wondering if some of the towns in Maine specifically approached you, like Bethel, where one of the stops are, but the stop listed there is potentially at 3 o'clock in the morning. Is there some sort of economic impact scenario that Bethel is requesting at 3:30 in the morning that this would benefit us? Or?
I'm not familiar with the Bethel situation, and I think you're correct in pointing out that that's a somewhat inconvenient time to be boarding or departing a train. I am aware, however, that, the context for this is currently there is no tourism, rail, or highway pathway that goes through Maine. And if we want to have it, and I live in a region, Kennebunk, not that far, that has a nearby stop on the existing Downeaster that this would take advantage of. Old Orchard Beach is a particular destination for our Canadian neighbors. And this would open up when you add this service, you're not only adding the through service for Montreal and Boston, you're creating service to Montreal and to Boston for more of the state. Particularly, you're opening up passenger rail from Lewiston, Auburn, to the Boston region or to the Montreal region. So we are not spokespeople for this particular commercial endeavor. It is something that will live and die on its own merits. The reason we are here is our remit, as the senator has pointed out, is simply to create dialogue, foster conversations, and serve the purpose of regional economic growth. You know, our economy and the economies of New Brunswick and Quebec are deeply linked. And we would be well served by having better collaboration between this body, the legislature, and the legislatures of those provinces, so that we can, you know, I think it's a simple point that regional economic growth requires subnational collaboration. We've seen national politics inhibit our regional economy in the current environment. And having this kind of collaboration has the potential of enabling us to maintain and grow relationships that maintain and grow the economy, even through the comings and goings of different administrations that may have a different take on how the regional economy operates.
If I could address that question too, I've been involved in many conversations, actually before my return to the legislature over the last 10 or 12 years, actually, with people in Bethel and this about the issue of restoring passenger rail service. There's actually a platform in Bethel, as some of you may know. There was a tourist train that was attempted for several years to bring people from Portland to Bethel and then get on a bus and go to Sunday River. And, you know, the problem is that, you know, you enter into all these points of transition and friction, and it's like, well, isn't it easier just to drive the car, right? But so I can only tell you that the people who focused on this in the Bethel region are tremendously enthusiastic about this. The time of day is not the issue. It's the availability, the experimentation, and the idea behind this particular project, as it was presented, is a pilot, just to see how it works. And in doing it so in a way that isn't expensive for the state, doesn't involve public money, and, you know, is done in a way that can capture the imagination and see if this is something which can be built upon. One of your points was, Representative Bishop, I think that, you know, getting people to go from Boston to Montreal on a train might be problematic. I agree. And one of the reasons for that is that Americans overall aren't used to riding on trains principally, right? It's not the first thing they think about typically when they're thinking about transportation. That's not true of Canadians. And so I actually think that there's going to be a more immediate demand from Canada. And the folks from Canada that have developed this proposal believe that to be true as well, that you're going to have more Montreal-based demand for people who want to come to Boston to go to a hockey game, who want to go to Old Orchard, you know, and visit the traditional haunts in the summer at beaches. And that there's a lot of people of all ages, but particularly younger people, that don't want and need to bring a car. And if they could see a way of getting from Montreal to Old Orchard Beach and then using local bus services and Ubers to get around as they need to, that's very attractive for them. So I think that this is actually maybe more of an immediate benefit for tourism in Maine, and then getting people to get used to coming through Maine to Boston for other recreational activities, than exporting tourism to Canada, if you follow. So that's all speculative. I mean, there's not hard data behind that, but on the conversations I've been part of, there's a real feeling that this is an opportunity that, if it can be done at small dollars or at no dollars to the public, that this is something that, you know, we should try to facilitate in some way that's easy.
If I may add on to that real quickly, because I wasn't specific to your question when I initially responded. I think you're exactly correct that Montreal to Bethel is kind of the least convenient route in this whole mix. But what this would introduce is a Boston to Bethel journey that would be 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., with dinner on the train. So, and for folks who have a camp in that area or a condo in that area, friends in that area, it's a very easy way to get your friends to come up to the Lewiston Auburn area or the Bethel area without bringing another car. And that strikes me that is potentially an enhancement to the tourist flow into that part of the state. You're essentially extending the Downeaster, at least one iteration of the Downeaster, deeper into Maine.
Senator Nangle.
You mentioned that they might come down for a hockey game. Do they like hockey in Canada?
All indications are they do.
They do. Okay, just checking. On page 2, underneath the bullet points, it says, beyond Maine specific interest, there has also been broader demonstrated interest among the New England states.
Yes.
Okay, I read that wrong. So how many from Quebec were on the committee? 2?
On which committee? The
This,
commission?
yeah.
No, nobody from Quebec was on the commission, but several people from Quebec presented to us and testified
Okay.
to us. And I can say that I participated in several meetings with other members of the legislature, one in Quaticook, Vermont, a couple of years ago, where we had a lot of people from Quebec province, as well as from the states, the other New England states that would be impacted, legislators, business people there at that meeting, expressing a lot of enthusiasm for this idea. So that's one of the and we've also seen letters of support for that particular project from all these jurisdictions as well.
Okay.
So there is growing support for this concept beyond Maine.
So I think it would be important to get representatives from Quebec on this commission. Do you need additional legislation for that, or can you just invite them?
I think the right way to involve them is through invitation and the conversations, and that's exactly what the commission is set up to do.
Okay.
Rather than have them serve on this commission, which is a creature of the state legislature. The point of the commission is to actually have those conversations and involve them in conversation.
Okay.
I don't think we need any further authority statutorily for that.
Okay,
It does look like the third bullet point down on page 8 is to consider establishing
Yes.
an entity, which would be similar to what Senator Nangle is
Correct.
saying, representatives from each of the impacted states and province.
Correct. And that would be focused on this particular project, at least initially. And so that recommendation comes for continuation of this conversation. I think more broadly, though, on the commission work, we can have those conversations and create discussion groups around whatever topic. On this one, we do think it would be useful to broaden the conversation and formalize it in some fashion.
Are there reciprocal commissions in the other states and in Quebec similar to ours?
Some, yes, there's different models for it. Massachusetts has a commission. There is growing bilateral relations between states and particular provinces as well. The governments, the provincial governments have, the federal government of Canada has a consulate in Boston. They work with the provinces quite actively. Senator Lawrence reported to us about an event that he was invited to, along with other Maine legislators and others from other states, to visit Ontario to talk about energy issues. And again, the impetus for that was the frustration by our Canadian neighbors at only dealing with the administration in Washington formally, and knowing that for long-term benefit of our economies and our and our, just our cultural attachments, that it would be important to have good relations longer term that supersede just one administration, that are based on the relationships between provinces and states. And some of them are not even contiguous to Canada. I mean, I think Florida has got some sort of organization that relates to the Canadian government or provinces. So, you know, a lot of them are economically based. Clearly here in Maine, we're surrounded at least on two sides, three, if how you define it, by Canada. I think it's, you know, they've got more of a border with us than any other jurisdiction of, and so, and as we all know, they're critical to our economy, the relationships critical to our trade, critical to our business community, critical to our families. There's so many families that are cross-border too. So I think that we're a bit unique with Maine and having this commission really needing to step up, but there are other states that are interested as well.
Representative Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of what you had said earlier, you said no public funds, and then you said very little public funds. Is it the goal of this Canadian group to invest in Maine's economy and pay for this? Is this where this is headed, or?
The models I've seen don't require any public funding. If you're going to have a train that runs more than 25 or 35 miles an hour, then of course there's going to be investment required under modern standards, and the committee will know more about that than I do, for the train control systems that are necessary to bring you know, higher speed. But this proposal was developed to be a slow-moving train, and to actually sell that fact to the customer by having the sleeper and having the dining and making it an experience rather than just a point A to point B. So it's sort of, you know, in most of the models I've seen on passenger rail about keeping, you know, people with speed, get there as fast as you can. And this one is different because it takes advantage of the fact that you don't need all that investment. Those investments are actually made on private rail, except for the ones in Canada. So, I mean, the private rail operators would need to make the investment, but as we know, they're loath to do that for the benefit of passenger rail service because they're not in that business. They're in the freight business. And so, you know, if they're going to be asked to use the rail system for the public benefit of passenger rail, then they have typically asked for public financing to help them bring up the systems of control so that they can do that. And that's been a trade-off of longstanding, as I understand it.
I just see on the sheet that you have here, just the class code differences. There's 3 different class codes where, just like you had said, where you're going from a class 2 at potentially 30 miles an hour to 4 at 70. I just see the areas of upgrades needing to take place and was just curious who would fund those upgrade scenarios.
It's a great question. I mean, most of the funding is for rail improvements that haven't been engendered by the operating companies themselves. Have come through grants from the federal government, usually through the states.
Can I just ask clarification? Appendix C is, when they say we have discussed, that is the private business that's proposing this?
Correct.
Francois Rebello?
Yeah.
Okay. That is not a report coming from the commission.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ray.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here. Question, getting back to the 3rd bullet point and your recommendations having to do with jurisdiction, creating a multi-jurisdictional entity.
Yes.
With 1 province, 4 states. Has the commission had any discussions or made plans on how you all might make that happen? If that's something that you do indeed want to make happen. I know we've talked about conversations with outfits in other states and other provinces, but I didn't know if there were specific ways which you think such an entity might be created. Thanks.
We haven't given that thorough consideration, that's why it was a recommendation to consider it. But we wanted to just take this one step at a time. And the step is to see your interest as a committee in this, focused on this area. When we get that feedback, that will be part of next steps for us, is to do that. And we have enough conversations going that I think we could find some means of doing that. I think we need to look for models where this has been done in other areas. More generally, I just think that Maine and other states are going to have to start thinking more regionally and finding ways of working together regionally, because as we've seen the federal government pull back from a whole host of responsibilities, whether we like it or not, the states are going to have to step up and pick up the ball. And that's going to mean more regional collaboration, because we can't do it alone on every issue area in Maine. So I think we'd be looking for models of that more generally, but here I think it's a fairly narrow focus with specific interests and skill sets to assemble that we would be talking with. There's already been, as noted earlier, there's already been some interest among other legislatures from other states, and there are people in those legislatures. As you know, we all change every couple of years, and so we'll see who's there. But there are people who are following this in other states and are interested in joining that conversation. And so I think that one of the questions embedded in yours is, what would the entity look like? And so any ideas you have about models of that, we'd be interested in.
Representative Montel, did you have a question? Bruce?
Thank you. Just a kind of a follow-up to kind of along the lines of what we're talking about. So when we're talking about a public, private relationship, which I actually really appreciate. I think having skin in the game is really key. And I think when we all work together, that can create that. So how serious are these, the private partners, and how close are we to, like, is that coming to fruition, or are we still way before that?
I don't know. I can't give you a hard answer to that, because I think these conversations are ongoing. When CSX acquired Pan Am, I think that changed things a lot in terms of the feasibility of having working relationships, because there are a number of railroad operators and owners that need to be involved in this. I think there are 4 or 5. And so there's a lot of coordination. I think one of the critical conversations that needs to happen at the front end is with NEPRA, to see about, and we recognize that in the final recommendation, as to have that conversation. I think the commission would like, again, if the Transportation Committee thinks that this is worth us doing, would like to have the conversation with NEPRA staff and NEPRA board members to see what the appetite is and the interest is, and possible path forward on this proposal, and how much they would be interested in being involved with it. So did that answer your question?
I think so. I just have a follow-up. Thank you. So, I think my personal opinion is that would be a good conversation. I don't know the feeling of the rest of the committee, but, and then also, has there been any other type of, I don't want to say research, but, polling to see, ridership or interest in, other than, I do know, like, the Bethel interest area is very interested. They love this. And, I'm sure other communities do as well. When people come into your community, that's a good thing. So just curious about how much has been done, residents, not leaders, not city councils and select boards, but residents.
Yes, I think there has been, and let me see if we can find that and give it to the committee.
I think if you look on the list of assessments
Yeah.
on the back page, it looks like in the year 2000, there was a Maine tourism study regarding the interest of train travel on this route. So perhaps that might provide that.
You said 2000? Yeah, I would think at this point, anything prior to COVID really needs to be redone.
I don't know of
With all due
anything
respect.
after COVID, but I do think that I seem to recall that Mr. Rebelo from the hotel train had some data that from the study that was probably within the last 10 years. So it wasn't post-COVID, but We'll see what we can find and get that to you.
Representative Angeles.
So my last thing on this whole presentation is just, I was really glad to see that the report included policy questions. And one of them particularly caught my eye because it's clearly already becoming a struggle this year, which is the station relocation issue in Portland, and how it's affecting state transportation policy and the broader and all of the station communities along the existing Downeaster line. And my sort of response to that question would just be that is the policy bottleneck. That if that is not solved, none of this ambitious and wonderful conjecture about going back to Montreal can truly capture NEPRA's interest and attention. That is, I have met with them. That is my assessment, that like nothing can happen without this problem being solved first. So anything the commission can do to nudge Portland on this would be most welcome. And we'll be doing the same.
Noted.
Senator Nangle.
One other question, page 4, there's a chart that has the times. What does lap mean?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Page 4, there's a
Yes.
chart with
Yes.
the times.
Yes.
What does lap mean? LAP? It's at the top. It's the column name. No?
I think that is the time between the two stops.
Okay.
So Montreal to St. Hyacinthe is a 30-minute lap, leaving at 1800, arriving at 1830. So you can see the amount of time
Oh, yeah,
between the
okay.
stops.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, it appears to be duration net of stop time.
And then the last question I have is, what's next for you guys, for the commission?
Well, thank you for asking that question, because I think that's between us, right? I wanted to go back to the scope of the commission is we really exist to be a channel of communication and an addition of capacity for the legislature as a whole. We're not a policymaking body. We're exist to foster regional collaboration and communication across all sectors of the economy and culturally as well. So we're here to share with you that this conversation exists because it affects transportation, and you are the locus of expertise on transportation in the legislature. And as we dig into these policy questions, we would like to carry those expertise-based questions back to this proposal. So, further to what Representative Angeles was talking about a minute ago, how does the Portland station relocation issue affect what's planned here? How does this, and just to look at some of these other questions here, how does this sit within NEPRA's existing statutory authority? What encouragement or direction would be helpful and necessary from the legislature, or discouragement or hard questions necessary from the legislature as this plan continues to evolve? What is needed for authorization to study or proceed with additional services to Canada? So anything that you can provide based on your overview of the issues that affect the transportation infrastructure and transportation policy in the state that this proposal should consider is the feedback that we're looking for to take back to the folks who are involved in this, cross-border conversation and collaboration that it's our job to foster.
Great. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this route, if it was to come about, is the plan for the people that get on in Montreal, say, to stay on that same train? So have you also looked into time slots and all that? Because you're back on the Downeaster rail, but if this is a separate train, you would also need separate time slots and all that. And I know that morning time is a huge freight. They have to really watch on NEPRA's current schedule. So
Yes.
you'd also have to look at getting time slots and adding time slots, which is always difficult. I know NEPRA has a real hard time adding. We had an issue originally with Brunswick because of that and trying to figure that out on how that would work. Have you guys looked into that at all, or
Well, I know
is that just a down the road?
I know the train hotel folks have considered that, and I think I thought their current proposal, I may be wrong, was to change trains in Portland to get on the regular Downeaster. I think they've had conversations about that. I don't think there's anything concluded here, but I do know that the points that you're making are tremendously valid, and there's certainly part of the conversations that they have had with the rail operators as well, about the concerns about, where is there siding available for their train to move over and wait for for freight trains to go through, and all of that has been part of the conversation.
Because currently there's already a 5 o'clock, a 5:30 train going to Boston in the morning. And this proposal, this train is getting in Portland at 6. So you would definitely, in the morning train that goes to Boston now is full
Right.
all the time. So you would definitely need maybe a train following the first train on that. That's something else to look into, in the whole process.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Pearce.
So this is really interesting. I think I'm a big advocate for trains, and everyone brings up really good detailed questions about what might happen, but I feel like it's worthy of continuing the conversation, right? To find out the answers to those questions. I'm a little bit in the theory of, if we build it or help to build it, people will do this, and maybe they'll just go to Bethel and get off and go ski. I don't know. But so I would hope that we could find a way to advance your work that you're doing, however that's needed. It's sounding to me like it's just a letter. I'm not sure about that. I'm unclear about that. So I just think it's interesting and love the conversation. And I think our neighbors to the north, we should be doing everything we can to have them come to us and we go to them. So thank you for the work.
Yes, I would just remind the committee, we do have several reports that we're going to take up, some of the GEA reports. We will also consider this and discuss how we want to respond as a committee. So this is just an information gathering on our part to have some time now to digest what's in here, to think about how we want to support or not the continued work of the commission.
Yeah, if I could just weigh in, thank you very much, Senator. I didn't mean to be restricting your range by suggesting a letter, but I think some sort of formal communication. Heck, if you're so excited about this, you'd like to put in an after deadline resolve and do something more robust, that's great. But I think for our purposes and moving forward, we really want your advice. And I know some of you may be more interested in following this than others, and that's great. And so it can come informally, or it can come, after a conversation. If you want to direct a letter to us, that's another avenue. But we've done a useful purpose already today, I think, of taking some notes, and we've got some follow-up to do. And, if it just leaves it at that, we've got next steps that I feel comfortable, I think you do as well, moving back to the committee. But I think it would be really helpful to get more of a formal communication of some sort.
Any final questions for the commission members? Representative White.
Just more to the point that I said earlier, New Hampshire is also working on a very similar project. So I would be interested to see what's going on there, as long with the stuff I mentioned earlier about the train through Vermont, the ridership and such.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, I really appreciate the spirit of the questions that are kind of potential knockouts or real stumbling blocks to this, because that's the kind of expertise that we're looking for in continuing this conversation. you know, you have to be able to answer the hard questions for something to be worth moving forward with. So I appreciate those. And this is beyond the subject of passenger rail from Boston to Montreal, but we did, part of the spirit of being here today is to let you know that we exist, that we're a channel of communication with our partners to the north. And transportation obviously continues out of state as well as within state. And keep us in mind as you're identifying things as a resource for things that affect the Transportation Committee that have to do with our Canadian neighbors.
And I'd just like, in closing, I'd like to just say also that, you know, in resuscitating this commission, a couple of years ago, I put forward a resolve which was approved after deadline by the Legislative Council and was approved unanimously to expand the membership of the Maine Canadian Legislative Advisory Commission. And that was a willful act in order to get more members involved in it. And so there's a regular series of appointments. Some of us are going to be cycling off because our terms are ending or the terms of appointment are ending. And I would encourage, I think it's really important for this committee to have people, and there's no, you know, structure to this, but I just think as individual legislators, you might think if you're planning to return to the legislature next term, that you might think about joining this group or asking for appointment to this group, because I think the transportation aspect is only going to grow. It's a key piece of that, and having that membership, cross membership between the commission and this committee, I think would be very useful.
Representative Montiel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you include us in those? I know towards the fall, we started including this committee in those, when those meetings were and where they are. Really appreciated that. I kind of joined in. So that would be great. I have it in my book that it's the 11th, but I don't know where and what time. So if you could just send those along, really appreciate it.
It's actually in this room. I believe at 10 a.m.
Oh,
Is that- that's right?
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much both for being here.
That time I have right.
All right, I'll double check though. Thanks.
Representative Sayer and Senator Bennett, thank you both for being here and
Thank you.
presenting.
Thank you very
Thank you very
much,
much.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we are going to move into our work session for LD 2062, an act to enhance the safety of public transit bus operators through the installation of vehicle security barriers.
Andy is passing out the bill analysis from me. I'm not going, there's a lot in here. I am not going to read all of it unless you want me to, or you have more questions, you want to get into more specifics. But just to give you the lay of what's in front of you, I just summarized definitions, the requirement to install safety barriers, the provisions on that, the provisions on the establishment and use of the fund that's created in this resolve or established or not resolve. Thinking of the other, I'm like, we said resolve a lot, act. And then the annual reporting requirements that's established in this act. There is also a sponsors amendment. So there's a summary of what has changed between the bill as drafted as well of the sponsors amendment.
Do we have a copy of the amendment?
You received it at the public hearing. Okay. So I'm happy to go into more detail about what has changed, what it's doing, as the committee wishes. I also did a summary of current law about the establishment of transit agencies or transit districts, depending on where it's originating. Current protections for transit employees as well. In the public hearing, there was mention of that de-escalation training, just provided the law regarding that. You have it in your packet with current statute on this color paper, but just a summary there. There are some drafting considerations, if you choose to go along with the sponsors amendment for your consideration, and I can go more into them. It's really about just being clear on what certain things mean in terms of terms. And then there's also some issues that were raised in testimony, such as some potential amendments, if the committee is interested in that. And then to note that it does include an appropriations and allocations section with $2 million appropriate from the general fund.
Questions for Melanie? Okay. Senator Pearce, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Sure. Do you want me to do it here or over there? Do you care? I don't know. Can do it differently. So sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the analysis, and I did bring in a amendment at the time of the public hearing, and then we did have some concerns at the public hearing from some different entities. Mass Transit was one of them, which then I worked with the stakeholders and the people that had some concerns. So I have some additional changes that we might want to consider. The biggest thing is just making sure that these are buses that operate in major metro areas and don't affect the small things in there. I have some language for that. The rulemaking and that seemed to be cumbersome with DOT. It didn't feel like that needed to be as part of the process. Also wanted to make sure that the first thing we would do with the funds is if the bus doesn't have any barrier, that bus would get fitted. And then if there were additional funds that could be used for possible repair or replacement over time. And that's kind of, there was some concern about who would get fixed first, that kind of thing. Newer buses have these things. So it's really about retrofitting the older buses because they're still in their lifespan of being able to do that. And then we wanted to just make sure that, I think that was it. Those were the big concerns, like making sure that it was focused on what type of bus it is and how you define that bus. And you can write it. I think I brought amendment working with stakeholders. I always think it's best if we just tell the analyst what we want and she goes and does it in Maine statute wording, right? So I tend to talk about in broader sense. So those are sort of the broad terms around it. So. But I think it was, I appreciated the people that came forward and talked about the real life experiences that they had in Maine on these buses. And I think so I hope the committee had that opportunity as well. Thanks.
Representative Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the amendment and the changes. I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind, one of the questions I asked during the hearing was how many of these vehicles would need a retrofit in those major metropolitan areas. The answer I got back was that it was about 70 to 80 vehicles at a cost of between $5,000 to $8,000 per retrofit. And when I did the back of the napkin, and this doesn't include maintenance, but the maximum total I got was $640,000. And, I'm always giving thought to this committee's kind of tradition of trying for unanimity. And so I wondered what you felt about changing the financing structure for something like this around like matching grants and finding a way to like make this more palatable to our friends upstairs and the appropriations table. And I just wanted to sort of get your take on that, the answer that came back when I asked those questions around financing.
I think one of the great things about this committee is you all tend to work bills so that you can come to some unanimity about us all coming together and all voting, so it goes straight to the floor. So I'm happy to have those conversations. I do think we learned a lot in the public hearing about how many vehicles, how much it costs. We got a lot of good information. There hasn't been an official fiscal note to this yet. I guess I would have to consider who would be the matching entity. That I haven't really explored in a lot of detail, so I'd be welcome to conversation around, are there entities that people are thinking about that would be matching to this? I think with the determination of how many vehicles are needed and the cost of it, we have a much smaller fiscal note than was introduced in the original bill as well. So there's that. So.
Senator Nangle.
So one thing, I think $1 million would be easy to, in theory, if we're talking $700,000, the extra 300, in my opinion, would go for maintenance. But I also have this feeling if the state's going to buy these, I think the transit district can afford maintenance, right? And then the other thing I don't want to see is that the transit districts order buses without these so that they can tap these funds. Does that make sense? Like when they order a new bus, it should be required that as part of the bus is this barrier. And then the other question, Melanie, protection on page 3, protections for transit employees. Current law requires transit districts to post in conspicuous places all transit facilities accessible to the public. Does that require them to post it in the bus?
That is a good question. I do not know the answer to how that would be interpreted by the transit district.
So I think we could, if possible, amend 30A, 3520 to ensure that it's being posted on the buses as well. I mean, it can't hurt, right? Does anybody see an issue with that?
I would just suggest, I guess I don't know. I'm not an expert in this, but I would question whether that would reduce, if that would change behaviors.
I don't
of the
think it would,
examples.
but
So then we're asking transit.
right.
Senator Peirce.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it is happening.
Yeah.
We don't actually know the answer to that. They could be posting on the bus.
Senator Peirce, was your suggested, I just want to understand, there was some question about the definition of what kind of buses we're talking about. Representative Ray had mentioned CAP vehicles, making sure that this is very narrow. Were you hoping to review that today or on, what are your thoughts on incorporating that?
My thoughts were to, we did do the stakeholders did a little bit of work. We do have in the testimony by Mass Transit that we urged the committee to adopt the FTA definition, right? So I guess for me, and again, it was my first rodeo with you guys, so some committees are able to say, these are the components we want in this bill. And then they draft it, we review language. If it's necessary to, or the other way around where I go work, like if these concepts are okay with the committee, if you feel that this is a good direction to move, I can absolutely sit down with OPLA and get this in a
Can you be
form.
on mic?
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. And get this in a form that we like to, how we read in 30A, right? So kind of thing. And I don't know which direction of work you want me to do. I, of course, would love us to say yes and we'll go
Okay.
do the work, but. it's
So
up to
you're
you.
suggesting based on the MTA's definition on number 1 and their testimony, limit requirements to quote, large heavy duty buses and adopt the FTA definition of the large heavy duty transit bus. So given that, we could vote on that language today as part of
And the other
incorporating that.
people would say
Yes,
that
yep.
bill, right, so, I think when I brought in, some of their testimony I brought in as the sponsor amendment, so I think we're hitting most of these things pretty tightly, and again, DOE had a couple comments about some changes as well, and the department consult stuff didn't really, it was didn't need to be there, it could all be worked without it, so.
Okay, thank you. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry, I wasn't here for the public hearing, so maybe this was already answered. Basically, this is to retrofit buses that aren't retrofit already. So why would we need to set up this fund if we're just gonna fix these, the ones that aren't done? Why do we need an ongoing fund? If we have 80 buses that need to be done at 50, 60, I didn't hear the exact number. You know, whatever that is, why wouldn't, and why doesn't the transit just do it kind of under their grant program? And I just
Well, yeah.
questions that.
All good questions, Mayor.
Yes.
So I think the fund was set up because I think at the time when the issue was brought to me, it wasn't clear how many buses that were in existence with the barriers or not. We got some good information at the public hearing, which narrowed that scope. There was also how many might we need to retrofit, which is why the fund became more of a, like, here's the money for it, here's the fund. I think we have much more clarity around that now, so it feels like we should, and I do kind of agree, once we put these barriers in, that then maybe the maintenance should be done by the transit. And I do think we should be clear that if you're purchasing buses, it has it coming in. My understanding is that is happening, but I think we want to be clear about that. Like, don't be buying buses. Yeah, don't be buying buses. Because I do sometimes, like when I served on the Metro board and my community, sometimes you buy older buses because they're cheaper and they still have a lifespan from other like cities or something, but maybe we just want to be clear about that, which I'm happy to, I think that's the right thing to do as well, so.
Representative Perry, are you suggesting a one-time allocation rather than establishing the fund?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we do this and get the ones done that need to be done and new buses are coming with that stuff, I've seen a lot of funds set up and then it just tends to kind of come to a life of their own. And I think that, and if some come in the future, you can tweak it and come up with, we found we've got 10 more somewhere, and that can be a future thing, or if you expand it to something else, then you can do that after. So I don't really think we need to set the fund up. I think I have no problem. I don't really have a problem with doing this because I think it's a good idea and we've seen it in other areas. It's been a real problem and so that's fine. And we've got pretty close numbers. I mean, you can do that and leave that there.
I did have one question out of the public hearing, because I think we mostly heard about Portland, and just wondering if anyone had any information about Bangor buses, if this had already, like, are we talking about, well, I guess the testimony was from Maine Transit, correct? Okay. I take back the comment. Senator Nangle.
You take that back. I'm gonna make a motion ought to pass as amended with the amendments that we talked about, if that's okay with everybody. Yeah,
Now, what is that?
Yeah.
So-
We talked about a lot.
so there was the order new buses with the guards. Oh, and, all right, I'm gonna withdraw my motion so that we can walk through this piece by piece. My feelings are all new buses need to be ordered with these shields at the transit authority's expense. I think a non-lapsing fund is okay. If it's appropriately sized, you know what I mean? You know, and also that the transit authorities are responsible for the maintenance. And they should also apply for any DOT grants, whether state or federal, before coming to us. Because we had a briefing from PTAC. And I asked specifically, could some of these innovative transit grants go towards shields for, guards for bus drivers? And they said it's possible. So.
I have a concern. What I heard you say is that we're mandating the installation of these barriers, where my initial understanding of this fund was transit operators could apply for and use funds to do this, but that we were not mandating all buses to have this. Am I misunderstanding?
I think it was that we were gonna. If you started a fund, we would need to, you'd have to then. Somehow they're gonna have to ask for the funding, right? So there's that element of it. Or an allocation, if there's an allocation of this money, it would go to an entity that then would distribute it out. So I could do a little more work.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
Section 3C, a public transit bus that does not have a vehicle security barrier installed may not be operated.
Right, that we give time for
After
people to
August
get
1.
these up
Okay.
to go.
Representative Ankley.
To try and reconcile what Senator Nangle and Representative Perry were saying about the structure of funding. But would it make sense to have the money that we choose to allocate in a one-time way, that money not lapse, that money itself not lapse, but there isn't necessarily a new permanent fund set up in statute? Does that work as a middle ground for people? I'm trying to just figure my way through that.
Representative Perry.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Or the thing too is if you probably wouldn't want unlimited amount, long-term time frame, but it would take time for them to implement it and to get it done and all that. And then if people haven't applied by the 2 or 3 years that they have to do it, they don't need it. So and then if down the road they do, then that could be another appropriation or something at that time. So.
Yeah, I think that's the point I was trying to make when I said a non-lapsing fund. We just
Yeah.
put money in it one time and that stays there until either it's gone or everybody's already drew the money down that they were going to.
Representative White.
Thank you. I agree with that whole sentiment that we put the money in one time and there's a time frame that it should be used, and that can be 3 years, 5 years, or up until the point that it's mandatory that all buses have these. I would be concerned about the purchase of used buses from other places. Right now, if they buy a new bus, they're fitting it with a protective barrier. If you're going to save money and buy a used bus, they should be able to afford to put a barrier in. That shouldn't be on us to do that. But it appears to me that the whole premise of this is bus companies now doing this. They're putting barriers in all their new buses. They can't afford to retrofit all the old buses, and we're stepping up to help that process. It should be a one-time allocation. I think that, you know, a million is, you know, pretty substantial. We know that we're looking at about 600,000 or 600,000 of actual figures. So I would be good with bringing it out a couple of years for them to retrofit, but only the buses that are currently in possession, not, I don't want to pass this and then have them buy a fleet from some other place and do 10 more buses. That shouldn't be on us.
Senator Pearce.
I was just speculating. I don't know that that's happening. So I don't want anyone to, don't email me, please. I don't know. So.
Representative Perry.
I think the lapsing or non-lapsing or whatever of the money is almost irrelevant because they have only so long to do it. I think if there's any money left in the fund, it should revert back to the general fund at that point, and then general fund can make another, if there's a need down the road. I think whenever the implementation that they have to do it, that should be the end of that money. And if it hasn't been used, I with all due respect to my good friend, my good senator from Wyndham, until the money is spent, I don't, then it gets spent for whatever. So I think that whenever the implementation is, I think that date should be when this fund ends, and any leftover money, if there is leftover money, goes back to the general fund.
Is it coming out of the general fund? Okay.
Any other discussion? Representative Bishop.
In the interest of, getting us somewhere here, I'm still unclear about the amount of money that we are talking specifically because of the lack of an actual fiscal note and the point that Representative Ankley's made. Is there a way we can dial that in a little more specific to get us across that finish line?
Well, there will be a fiscal note attached to this, and then that's what the Appropriations Committee will consider.
Correct. Just before we propose it, what's our range here from what was initially proposed?
So I think with the analysis of now we know roughly how many buses, 70 to 80 across the state, it costs roughly 5,000. You did your back of the napkin. I do think it's important to maybe have a little cushion on it. And so I would recommend we go to the million, we move from 2 to 1 million. We do the work, have the language, and then OFPR will dig in even further and do an assessment of a fiscal note of what they think there. So I think that's a great way for this committee to move forward on it. And then the work between OPLA and OFPR would, drill it down. And we would see that then at language review, right? So.
Representative Perry.
Well, this is just something silly, but for approach people, is 900,000 better than 1 million? Or 900 doesn't matter? Okay. You know what I was.
I do, yeah.
999.
But it's not 1 million.
It's not. Love it.
Senator Pearce, would you like to go through because you mentioned the removing,
Sure. No,
would
you're
you like to
welcome.
make a motion
Sure.
and put all of the details so Melanie's able to make sure?
Well, what have you got so far?
So I have that you want to, apply everything of the sponsors amendment in addition. Is that correct? So we're starting out the baseline with the sponsors amendment, making changes to that. And okay. So using the sponsors amendment as the foundation, stating that the transit districts or agencies, they have to purchase buses. If they are going to purchase a bus, the bus must have the protective barriers. They have until, does the committee still want to keep the August 1st, 2029 date of implementation? So at that point, that is the point at which all buses have to have these protective barriers. However, they meet that, whether it's buying if they need to buy new buses, or using the money allocated for that. I guess I'm still unclear about if the fund language is going to stay in. So removing that, but making the language clear that the funds do not lapse, but the funds will no longer be available at the date of implementation, so August 1st, 2029, and anything left in that will be remitted back to the general fund. So that's what I have, and I can get clarity on that language. I also heard about, are the reporting requirements in subsection 5 being maintained?
No, the rules don't. They feel like it's pretty basic. We don't need to develop all this stuff with this, right? It's not.
Okay, so
So you would get rid of 6 and section 2 there.
okay, 6 and section 2 can come out, but the report from the transit agencies to DOT, that will remain.
Is that under
So right above that section 6 with the rules and then the,
yeah, I think we
okay.
wanna know what's happening.
Just wanted to make sure that wasn't implicated with the rules. And then I also have amending that appropriation allocation section to $1 million rather than 2 million. And it is one time right now. I did want to clarify that. It is listed as one time in fiscal year 26-27. So that is, but just that will be, the amount will be amended. And then also making it clear about the type of buses with that language from the Maine Transit Association about large, heavy-duty buses. I was trying to find the FTA amendment, or like where the FTA language that defines large, heavy-duty buses. So I think it would be helpful for me to be able to work with others, because I couldn't find it defined in federal law. So either working with them to come up with what they mean by that. There's descriptions of it on the FTA website I like somehow found, but couldn't find, and maybe they know what that is. And so if I can get that from them, that would be helpful. Yes, and then I had some, I think I'll stop there. I had some other questions for you all, like drafting wise, but did that cover what, or did I miss something?
Senator Pearce.
You didn't miss anything, but I just had a couple additional ads around, if you look in under vehicle barrier, adding glare minimizing materials is really important in there. And then under number 2 in that same section, including all exterior mirrors is an important add. They just want to make sure they worked with people who were bus drivers and people who were, they just wanted to include those things in there of what was going on, which was good. And then under mandatory installation 3, the paragraph A is not necessary. It's just a redundant language and trying to clean it up a little bit. So it's a little, I apologize, it's a little messy. I'm sorry. Well, my first time with the bus thing, so I'm getting there.
Melanie, do you have any questions for Senator Pearce from that?
I think that I got what you, I have the additional language. I think some questions on the sponsors amendment can be for committee discussion about how the committee, if at all, wants to define light duty and medium duty trucks that are mentioned in the sponsors amendment. I think it makes sense to define it if the definition is going to be used for large heavy duty buses, if that language is maintained. It is defined in several places throughout statute, and I provided that on the back of the analysis, kind of where it's defined elsewhere. So light duty truck being defined in several places. There's a list on the analysis part, but then the actual statutes I included, and also federal law defines light duty truck. So if you wanted to just refer to that, medium duty truck also defined federal law, not really defined in Maine law. Again, this is just something if you feel I may get questions about that and drafting, but I am happy to be like, nope, we're just gonna say light duty and medium duty. And that's what we're gonna say.
Representative Perry, Senator Nangle, then Ray.
Melanie, did DOT have any issues or tweaks or anything that they needed to do or that they
Not-
had issues with?
Not from that I heard from the public hearing. If the committee wants, we're also work in addition with Maine Transit Association with Maine DOT to make sure the language is good with them, but I will need that permission from you all. So I didn't see anything in testimony.
Senator Burst.
They did not testify, but we did reach out to them, and some of the changes that I made are based on that conversation, but I always think it's good to run things by people, so.
Senator Nangle.
Can we add the newly acquired buses must be fitted by the authorities at the authority's expense?
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of what else I said. State and federal grants should apply for those. And that's it.
Representative Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would be encouraged if the definition of light duty and or medium duty truck could be included. I mean, the reason I say that is because I used to drive a bus and I would have loved to have had glass around me as a protective barrier more than a few times. So it's a wonderful bill. However, I'm concerned that, again, that there are some CAP agencies that have public transit buses, whether they're the boxes mounted on Ford 450s, for example. To what does that count as a medium duty bus?
So I will clarify the light duty and medium duty, that is referring to what would not be considered needing
Right.
these protective barriers. So if you wanted to provide clarity or cross-reference somewhere what it means by that, I'm leaving that up to you as the committee. If you think just saying light duty, medium duty truck is sufficient and people will know what that means. It's just defined elsewhere in statute. So I didn't know if there was a specific definition or something you were saying is excluded, and if you wanted to be specific on what is actually not considered a public transit bus, like what you said.
Oh,
It sounds like we're sort of talking about two sides of the same coin. We want to define what the buses are and simultaneously define what they are not. And so it seems like if the definition from the federal, what you'll work with Maine Transit about, if that is comprehensive and very clear, I don't necessarily see it important that we also dive into all the definitions of what is not considered under this, if that makes sense. The simplest answer, I think, is just to define exactly what we mean. So anything that doesn't fit that definition is exempt from these barriers.
oh, no, that makes perfect sense, but I just do hope that the language has a clear definition, one way or the other.
And we'll have the opportunity to review that on language review. Representative White.
Thank you. And just 2 points for the committee. I heard it mentioned could we consider doing this as a matching grant? Probably not 50-50, but even 10% to 90% may have some buy-in. And the other thought that I had was that we should have something in here that mandates that they're retrofitting a bus that's going to go into service after this date, not retrofitting a bus and then selling it.
When you talk about matching, are you saying using transit funds from their current budget?
Yeah, however, they want to fund that 10% so that there's buy-in. So they're not just, putting cages on every bus in the yard that has no hope of going back in service.
Okay, Senator Nangle.
Would that be an unfunded mandate? Because these bus agencies are owned by municipalities.
I think we heard so much about the current transit operators needing to work and working with the department to lower their matching non-federal dollars, that it feels like it's complicating this as what's supposed to be a simple solution starts to add in more negotiating about matching funds. So I think I would encourage the committee to consider it without matching. I also wanted to go back to Senator Nangel's comments about the other grants. I don't know that we have enough information on the innovation piece with the department to know if this project would qualify. So I don't want to ask the transit operators to be applying unnecessarily to grants that they may not qualify. I'm going to assume, I would hope that they are already leveraging as much grant funding as they can without us saying, in order to access this, you have to prove that you've applied for other grants.
For the buses.
Representative White.
And I'm fine with that. I really wasn't hung up on it. I just hadn't heard us discuss it. And I didn't want the point to be overlooked. But I would like to see something here that would say that they're only going to install or retrofit buses that will be going back in service.
So Melanie, can you make a note of that? All right, any other discussion?
So do we want to do an ought to pass now? Or do we want to do another work session?
I would entertain a motion. Representative Perry.
And Melanie, you're gonna check with DOT and see if there's anything that messes everything all up.
Right. So right now I have that it is okay for me to work with Maine Transit Association and Maine DOT just to make sure that I captured this and it's good from them, the people implementing this. Is there anyone else you want me to work with or consult?
Representative Perry.
Yeah, I make a motion ought to pass as amended with all the amendments that we talked about here.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready for vote. All those in favor of the ought to pass as amended? And that's unanimous of all present. We will close the work session on LD 2062. Are you guys good with that? We'll be back. Okay. Well, the committee is going to take a short break and return at 12 o'clock to take up the work session on LD 1477. All right, welcome back. We are going to take up the work session on LD 1477. An act to provide an exemption from pilotage requirements for passenger ferry service between Bar Harbor, Maine and Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. My understanding is that there has been some work between the commission and Bay Ferries, and is the committee interested in reviewing the language of this or moving directly into the compromise that they would like to propose today?
Yeah.
Are folks okay with okay, then Melanie, maybe we'll just bypass
Yeah, my only
Analysis.
update was I'm hoping others can
Okay,
present on
perfect.
updates.
So I would,
notes.
I think I would then invite members of the commission forward to speak on the memorandum.
Jim.
Great. Welcome. You'd just like to introduce yourself again.
Sure. Good morning, Representative Kraft and Senator Tim Nagel, co-chairs and members of the Transportation Committee. My name for the record is Carrie Norton, and I serve as the chair of the Maine Pilotage Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in regards to LD 1477 and its alternative proposals advanced by Bay Ferries. The commission's responsibility is to safeguard navigational safety and also uphold Maine's pilotage laws. Our opposition to LD 1477 and to Bay Ferries proposed alternatives is grounded squarely in that statutory mandate and supported by factual record before us. The process the commission undertook was methodical, it was public, and it was thorough. We held 2 publicly noticed meetings, requested and received supplemental materials from Bay Ferries, and received and reviewed extensive written and oral testimony from the American Pilot Association and oral testimony from multiple commercial organizations representing fishing and lobstering interests and other interested maritime stakeholders. After reviewing the complete record, the commission voted 4-0 with 2 abstentions due to conflicts. Those were the Penn Bay pilots. And that was to oppose all 3 alternatives proposed by Bay Ferries. Importantly, our conclusions are independently collaborated by expert submissions and align fully with the commission's safety and enforcement concerns. At the core of this issue is a simple but critical point. Pilotage exists to manage navigational risk. Means compulsory pilotage laws apply based on vessel draft and harbor conditions, not vessel familiarity, frequency of operation, or economic hardship. Licensed pilots serve as an independent agent of the state, accountable to public safety rather than the vessel's operator commercial objectives. Any proposal that removes this independent layer must be evaluated, not only on its own merits, but on the precedent it's going to set statewide. So did you want me to go into depth on each of our opinions? Okay, so
I
skip
think
right
yes,
to
I think because
alternative 4?
yes, there's
Perfect.
agreement on 4 if we could dive in there.
Okay, so the commission proposed, instead of accepting any of Bay Ferries alternatives, we proposed to keep and a continuation of an existing 66% discounted pilotage rate only unique to Bay Ferries. This preserves the compulsory pilotage while also addressing cost concerns. We would also like to keep a cap on the training, technology, and capital construction fees at the 2025 levels. And we would like to recommend a direct state subsidy to offset maybe any remaining pilotage costs. This approach will also maintain the safety and preserve regulatory integrity. If the committee would like to know more details of any of those discounts, caps, I have Penn Bay pilot David Jelinas here that can go into a little bit more depth. But I'm definitely willing to take any questions if anybody needs any more. Brett.
Do you have a specific number for the proposed state subsidy? Or perhaps that's coming from Bay Ferries. I'm not sure.
A number, like a cost, like pilotage, and like a summer cost or an annual
No,
cost?
what you're asking the state to subsidize, or what Bay Ferries is asking the state to subsidize in a dollar amount.
I think that would be something Bay Ferries could
Thank
speak
you.
on for sure.
Okay. Questions from the committee for Ms. Norton? I would just like to say thank you to the commission and to Bay Ferries for working together on this because I know a lot of work went into it and the committee appreciates that. Representative Perry. Okay. Representative Bishop.
Thank you. Did anyone want to hear from, I know there's been a lot of work going on in the background with this. Did anyone else want to hear from Mr. Jelinas in regards to the talks that have been discussed? Does anyone else want to hear from Mr. Jelinas in regards to the things that have been discussed over the summer with this?
Specifically the fees or something else? Sure. Yeah, we'll invite Mr. Jelinas up. Is it Galinas or Ja? Ja, thank you. Mr. Jelinas. If you can just introduce yourself.
I'm Captain David Jelinas with Penobscot Bay and River Pilots. I'm a resident of Camden. Thank you for having me here today.
So Ms. Norton referenced the fee changes, and would you like to speak to that in what's in the proposal?
So a number of years ago, back in 2018, 2019, when Bay Ferries secured the lease on a U.S. flagged, U.S. manned vessel for this service from Yarmouth to Bar Harbor, or to Maine, I should say, because it also called in Portland for a while. The company approached the state, recognizing unique nature of the fact that this has got U.S. mariners on board and it's a U.S. flag vessel and it's making daily runs. So in consideration of those unique circumstances for Bar Harbor, not for Portland, but for Bar Harbor specifically, working with the Maine Pilotage Commission and Bay Ferries, our group came up with a rate that still maintained the coverage of the costs for us to maintain the system of pilotage in that area, but was a substantial discount for Bay Ferries. Since that time, the rates in Bar Harbor have gone up considerably for vessels calling in that region, and Bay Ferries rate has been held to the same standard that it was back in 2018, to the point that now the discount that they are charged, the discount that they are given off of the normal pilotage fee for the smallest ship coming into Bar Harbor is about 66% less than what every other vessel pays. And again, that's done in recognition of the fact that this is a U.S. flag vessel and this is a U.S. manned vessel. And that discounted rate is predicated specifically upon that fact. If it's a foreign flag vessel, it goes back to a conventional vessel like all other ships that call in Bar Harbor. Further, another step that we took unsolicited from Bay Ferries, I might add, was at the last rate hearing, which was held last fall. We voluntarily asked the Pilotage Commission to cap the capital construction training and technology fee at the 2025 rate. It's only $100 difference for 2026, but because the rate that Bay Ferries has already granted is so much discounted, that if that extra $100 had been passed on to them over the course of the season, it would have increased their percentage rate increase well above the 3.35% that all their customers paid. So in an effort to keep their rate at the same percentage, we asked to cap the fee to what they'd already paid. That's kind of the history of how the rate structure has been determined for Bay Ferries. Again, I want to emphasize that that unique rate was in recognition of the fact that it was a U.S. flagged, a U.S. manned vessel. The number, I believe offhand, the amount that was charged total for 5 months of pilotage service last year was about $335,000. For 2026, we would expect it to go up 3.35%, plus or minus a little bit. There was about 14 or 12 weather cancellations last year. So there's going to be a little bit of a variety in that number, but I would anticipate as a rough number, Representative, that you're probably looking at about a $350,000 expenditure for 2026 pilotage costs for Bay Ferries. And I would add, well, I've got the opportunity to speak with you, that what that money supports is the salaries and healthcare, a portion thereof, for 5 different licensed state pilots, 3 pilot boat captains, a pilot boat up in Bar Harbor, 240 pilot runs, the fuel for all those runs, which average about an hour and a half per trip, storage, maintenance, and repairs to a pilot boat. What I think we provide the state of Maine for that sum of money to Bay Ferries is a good value. I think that if the state had to take on that responsibility on their own, it would be multiple times what we've been able to deliver that service for.
Thank you, Mr. Jelinas. Could you please clarify, I think you spoke to it, the TTCC fees?
Yes.
The way it's written here, I just want to make sure I fully understand. So those rates have increased from $300 to $400 round trip
Correct.
for 2026.
Correct.
And it says that Bay Ferries shall not exceed the total aggregate TTCC fees incurred for 2025. So do I understand correctly that they will pay the $400 round trip price until they have done enough runs at that rate to have met what they paid in 2025? And then
That is
won't-
exactly correct.
Okay. So it's not a decrease in fee, it's just a cap.
It's a
placed on
cap
how
to
much
make
they
sure their
spend.
costs don't go above.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, that was done to keep we did it across the board. Our pilot group covers the largest pilotage region in the state of Maine. We go from Booth Bay Harbor all the way up to Bar Harbor. Every port, every commercial port in between those areas is piloted by one of our pilots. And we did an across the board rate increase last year of 3.35%. So again, if we had added that extra $100, I think Bay Ferries total increase would have been closer to 6%. So we capped that to keep it at 3.35.
Okay, thank you. Senator Nangle.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Jelinas. Is there any way that these masters on the Bay Ferries could become certified pilots?
They could seek federal pilotage. They could get federal pilotage, but the roles are distinctly different. The role of a state pilot is to represent the interests of the states, that represent the interest of the state. So and we're also accountable to the state. A federal pilot is not accountable to the state of Maine. We're licensed by the state. We're regulated by the state. Our fees are set by the state. I can't charge whatever I'd like. So there's very strong state oversight. That's a core principle of the state pilotage system. And so it's not really an equivalent standard to say, well, after so many trips, you're good to go. Your job is the same as a state pilot. It's not. It's an accountability difference.
So if there were an accident, say you hit a boat, they hit a boat.
Yeah.
It would be the state pilot's responsibility.
The state will be investigating the state pilots and taking appropriate action. That's correct.
Okay, I'm seeing some shaking heads behind me, but okay. Behind you. And then I asked this a couple of weeks ago, but how often are your pilots in Frenchman's Bay?
We're up there daily piloting the CAT. And then, of course, anytime there's a cruise ship up there, we're doing that as well, which is quite a bit less than it used to be.
Mm-hmm. So, but if you weren't doing the CAT, how often would you be in Frenchman's Bay?
Whenever there be a vessel that falls under compulsory pilotage, any foreign vessel or U.S. vessel drawing more than 9 feet of draft engaged in foreign commerce. Anytime a vessel like that, quite often up in Bar Harbor, that would be a yacht. There's some very large yachts that are coming up there as well. So any vessel that meets the standards set forth in the Maine's pilotage, compulsory pilotage statutes.
Okay. I just get the impression that it's possible that the CATS masters are in Frenchman's Bay more often than the pilots.
On a given week, the CATS masters very well would be. The CAT masters live on, well, they spend the night overnight in Canada.
Yeah.
But yeah, the CAT masters make a tremendous amount of trips in and out of Bar Harbor. That's absolutely true. And they're not even working for Bay Ferries. They're working for a separate manning company that's contracted to Bay Ferries. There's no accountability to the state.
Okay.
Representative Angeles.
So I'm trying to get clarity on what option 4 or alternative 4 asks of us. Because there's a recommendation in there around a state subsidy. Is it the intention of the Pilotage Commission to ask that this bill be amended to reflect that state subsidy? Or is it still the wish of the Pilotage Commission that the bill itself not pass in any form? And my other question is, with respect to the discounted rates, is that something you can just do independently without us doing any interference of any kind?
So let me answer the last question first. The main pilotage rates are set by statute. We have to go before our commission, we have to submit a request for a rate adjustment. And then that request is sent out to the greater maritime community to advise them of that. And then there's a public hearing held, and then there's a waiting period for comments to come in. And after that, there will be a hearing to whether the commission agrees to grant that rate request or modify it in some way, shape, or form. So the rates are set by statute. We can't change them without going through that process. As far as the LD is concerned, my understanding is that I don't think we need the LD to pass for Bay Ferries to speak to the Maine DOT to get that subsidy that we have suggested that they seek from the DOT.
If I may just intercede, we would need an allocation because I think perhaps it might be helpful to ask a representative from Bay Ferries to come forward in what they're requesting. I think the commission has done their work in finding a compromise, but I think the ask is actually coming from Bay Ferries, and that subsidy would be a general fund allocation that we would need to put attached to this piece of legislation. So if there are no other questions for Mr. Jelinas, thank you for
Thank you for your
coming
time.
up. Yeah, maybe we'll invite Mr. Walker up. And is Mr.
Wilson.
Wilson available online? Okay. Would you like to include?
Yeah, so
him?
so Dan Walker from Pretty Flaherty representing Bay Ferries. Mark Wilson, the CEO of Bay Ferries, is available. He's on Zoom. Would love to address some of these issues before the committee. But let me just, before we do so, I thank you for bringing us up here. I think the request is that the bill be amended because it's going to require an appropriation. To put it in context, Nova Scotia subsidizes the ferry over $20 million. So this is basically asking for the state of Maine to step up and provide a little bit towards this international maritime route. I think you just heard from the Maine Canadian Legislative Commission how important this relationship is, and so we're giving the legislature an opportunity to just be at 1%. of this subsidy. So I'd like, if you could, could Mark address
Yes, yeah,
address
if
the,
you would let Mr. Wilson in.
and just want to thank the Pilotage Commission. I mean, we had, as you heard, we had a lot of process with them. We reached out. We put forward a number of different proposals. They considered them. We traded information. We were as responsive as we could, and we provided them with as much information, all the information that they asked for. And, you know, here we are, but, you know, we have a proposal now from the commission. So
Prior to Mr. Wilson joining us, Senator Nangle.
Is there an amended language for the bill?
no, this happened Tuesday. And so we just wanted to,
Oh, you had a day? No, I'm kidding.
yeah, no, we can, no, I
No,
can do
no,
that. And
I'm
I can
just
do that
saying,
this afternoon.
I think we would need amended language, right?
Yeah, it
Before
would
we
be
can-
pretty simple language, I
Yeah,
think,
okay, all right,
to go this direction.
thanks.
So welcome, Mr. Wilson. If you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's Mark Wilson, Chief Executive Officer at Bay Ferries, and thank you for taking the time, Representative Kraft, Senator Nagel, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, a couple of points on that. So then, I think that it's important also is I just want for the record that this isn't a commercial entity. Bay Ferries is the contracted operator of this service. And I know it's been stated before, but this service is fully 100% subsidized by the province of Nova Scotia. And it's not a one-way activity. It's an activity where there's equal numbers of people going to Nova Scotia as equal numbers of people coming into the state of Maine. And so we're also a large employer in the state is the terminal operations in Bar Harbor, our 15 seasonal staff at the terminal, plus the bulk of the crew on the CAT is close to, in total over the both crew watches is close to 30 Americans, the majority of which reside in the state of Maine. So it's not a commercial entity, and any of the subsidy that we propose or the compromise that came out of the Piloted Commission and that we would like to move forward on will go directly to the service and not in any way whatsoever to the contracted operator Bay Ferries. So I do appreciate the ability to speak today, to work with the Pilotage Association, to work with the Department of Transportation and the Transportation Committee. I think that we've gone through, I understand the Pilotage Commission's, rejection of our three alternatives. We've gone through a process with them. I think at the end of the day, we've landed on a compromise that the Pilotage Association's supports, and so therefore that we would like to move forward then on that form of a subsidy in the order of $325,000 to cover the cost of the pilotage in and out of Bar Harbor. I think though I'm not trying to, we've never been opposed to pilotage in general. I just want to make that statement that pilotage makes sense in many, many cases. We feel that we had a strong case regarding exemption for pilotage or circumstances that could still maintain that independent state knowledge around it to ensure that navigational safety. I heard Senator Nagel talk, our current master, one of our current masters on the CAT has been in and out of Bar Harbor now over 550 times on that. And although exemptions or compromises are probably not the norm in overall commercial shipping, they have been. There is other examples because of the ferry and the frequency and other things that can be done. That all been aside, we've been through this process with the Pilotage Commissions, and I'm not going to continue to discuss that at this committee. But I do think it's important. I appreciate, what Penobscot Bay pilots do, their commitment to what they do. And this has never been at the heart of the matter. I appreciate that there has been a discounted rate for this service since 2019. But I don't want to give the impression, okay, that that was the start of the compromise or the solution. When we go back to prior to 2019, why we were here is we had a specific exemption for this service without incident, and that's why that this has been reinvisited. It's not that we're not grateful for that discounted rate that we have. It's the argument goes back to again on the ferry community. So I'll stop at that. I would like to then work with this committee. Then basically, then we could come some form of an amendment to LD 1477 that does request then a subsidy on the order of $325,000 US dollars towards this very important service that does in many ways benefit the state of Maine on many levels in terms of tourism and local employment. And I'll stop there. If there's any questions for me, I'd love to entertain them.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And when you say $325,000 on an annual basis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Questions from committee members? Okay, thank you both for being here. So given this proposal, it appears to me that we think we could do our best work if we had amended language, so we were clear about what this amendment was going to do. Does anyone have any thoughts or disagreement with that? Representative Eaton and then Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm that for anyone who's listening or paying attention to this, that would mean that all of the other proposals we are no longer considering, and we are looking for language that would support what we are now looking at, which is alternative number 4.
Yes, that's my understanding or my intention, that we would maintain pilots as the compromise indicates. There would be no change in pilotage of the CAT ferry, but rather they would maintain the same reduced rates and they would be seeking a $325,000 annual allocation from the general fund. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with you. I really think we need language before we could go really any further on that. So
Make a motion to table.
Sorry. Representative Angeles has a question.
Thank you. I had one question and one small comment, which was, does the compromise expect this subsidy to come from the highway fund or the general fund? General fund?
Yeah, the request is a general fund.
And the comment is, I did want to just note on Mike that for the original bill and the other 3 alternatives, we did get communications from multiple lobstering organizations opposing those alternatives in that amended version. So I wanted to make sure that was out. And so that is a consideration that's definitely high on my mind as we look to see what we do with this bill.
And I don't want to suggest in any way that committee members can't support or oppose other language or the original language of the bill, but rather I think when we consider all of our options, it would be helpful to have the written language for this proposal. Any other discussion? I would just like to thank again both organizations for doing this work and coming back to us with a compromise, because I know it took some negotiation and the committee appreciates your work.
Make a motion to table.
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in. Yes, you may come up to the.
Sorry, Dan Walker again, representing Bay Ferries. I just heard that Senator Nagle say about a deadline tomorrow. Is it being tabled till tomorrow? Do you want language
no,
like
no.
immediately?
I think that was Senator Nangle's dry sense of humor.
I know, I'm just, you know.
No, we,
No,
We
I think
don't-
what I commented on it was that you had a day from Tuesday to today.
it again was.
Okay, it was all a
an-
joke.
Just trying to figure out the
An
timing.
attempt at humor, I would say.
That's fine. We can work quick. We work quickly with
We
these
don't have
guys.
anything
Yeah.
scheduled, so we would be looking out
Okay.
at least until next week. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling 1477, and that is unanimous of those present. Thank you all for being here.
It wasn't an attempt to be funny.
The committee will take a break and return at. Well, the committee will return at 1 o'clock to take up our public hearing on LD 2159. Good afternoon. We are here to take up the public hearing on LD 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped with and to use school bus crossing arms. I'm Representative Crafts. Members of the public are welcome to testify today. We ask that you keep testimony to 3 minutes. You can provide copies of any written testimony to Andy prior to coming up. When you do approach the rostrum, please sign in with your name and town of residence. We'll take people in support of the bill in the room, any opposition, anyone neither for nor against, and then we'll move into any online testimony we have today. We will begin with the bill sponsor, Representative Geiger. Welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon, Senator Nagel, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Valley Geiger. I represent House District 42, which includes the city of Rockland, most of the town of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Cree Haven, Matinicus, and the Muscle Ridge. I'm here today to present LD 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped with and to use school bus crossing arms. On November 21st, of this past year, our community suffered a terrible tragedy when a 12-year-old boy was run over as he was crossing in front of his school bus. Despite immediate medical assistance, he died of his injuries. This tragedy was preventable, and LD 2159 works to minimize the risk of this tragic event ever happening again. This original bill is the result of a meeting with myself, Senator Beebe Center, Representative Matlack, and RSU 13 school district personnel after a traffic report and a preliminary report indicating the cause of death was released by the National Transportation Safety Board. I will suggest 2 minor changes to the bill as written. And in her testimony, Representative Matlack will provide a significant amendment to the bill, which will address the cause of the second preventable death of a 5-year-old school kindergarten student in Standish, which happened just a few weeks later. At the time this bill was drafted, the NTSB report had not yet been released on that death. The bill in its original form does 2 things. It requires all school buses to be equipped with a school bus crossing arm, and it requires the operator of a school bus to activate the school bus crossing arm while the bus is stopped to receive or discharge passengers. For those unfamiliar with the term, a crossing arm is a long bar attached to the front right side of a school bus. When engaged, it extends from the bus for several feet, forcing the student to walk several feet in front of the bus, ensuring that the driver can see the student. The crossing arm costs approximately $400 plus installation. While the bus involved in the accident in Rockland did, in fact, have a crossing arm, preliminary reports suggest it was not in use at the time the student crossed the bus. He started to cross directly in front of the bus as the bus started to move, knocking him down and subsequently running him over. The 2 minor changes I would suggest to the bill in front of you, in addition to the changes that Representative Matlack will present, are that, and this may be tricky, an exception to the requirement that the crossing arm be in use when admitting or discharging students from the bus while on school property. If anybody has gone by a school, you notice that in the morning and at night, the buses are lined up very closely together. They're discharging or admitting a student directly onto the sidewalk in front of the school. And should they have to engage that crossing arm, then there would be long stretches and many buses who couldn't fit into the front. If it seems overly complex, perhaps we don't do it, but the several school districts mentioned that to me. The second small change is this is an emergency bill. We wish it to stay an emergency bill, but as you know, that means the bill becomes law the moment the governor signs it. And none of the school districts will therefore be in compliance with the law because it is going to take them some weeks to months to order the safety equipment and get it installed. So instead, we would suggest adding a sentence to the bill that requires that all buses be retrofitted with the crossing arm and an additional safety measure, which again, Representative Matlack will discuss by the start of the 2026-2027 school year. This will allow time for school districts to order the safety equipment and arrange for installation for what are, in fact, hundreds of buses. Thank you for allowing me to present this life-saving bill, and I hope you will unanimously vote ought to pass. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Geiger. Questions, clarifying questions. Representative Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward. In the line down here, it says that school bus to be equipped with a school bus crossing arm requires the operator of a school bus to activate the school bus crossing arm. Wouldn't that be, isn't there a way that when they open that door, that arm would automatically come down? I mean, that could be problematic as far as somebody forgetting.
My understanding, and hopefully somebody coming behind me will clarify, my understanding is that is in fact what happens, that the arm is automatically engaged, but that the bus driver has a button that can override that so that the arm does not engage. So it's not a opt-in, it's an opt-out, if that makes it.
Yes, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any additional questions? Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward. Have you discussed this with any of the school departments or bigger school departments? Will they be able to make opening day in September to have everything ordered and these on, or are we going to run into an issue there?
That date came from a conversation with the School Management Association, and they thought that was a reasonable date. I think it would be very hard to say to the public that we're going to start a new school year without those safeties. It's enough that they know that for the next few months, those safeties are not in place as their children board and discharge. So
I just didn't know if the number
certainly
could cause a backlog on
Right,
getting.
right. And it is an excellent question, sir. And the only thing I can say is that that date did come from the School Management Association.
Senator Nangle.
So this might be a question for somebody else, but thank you for bringing this. I think unfortunately, it's necessary. Do we know how many school buses need these arms?
No,
Okay.
in conversation, what's clear is that there was a 2019 bill that, and others will address this more in detail than I will, that required buses going forward to have the crossing arm. Some school districts made that change to all their buses. Other districts with limited means have been making that as they replace a school bus. And my understanding is that school buses last at least 10 years.
Yeah.
So it's a slow process without the state deciding to fund this.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for
Thank you.
being here.
Can we vote?
We are going to open up testimony to the other legislators here in the room. Welcome, Representative Matlack.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. Excuse me, I have a cold and hopefully I won't start coughing. Good afternoon, Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and esteemed colleagues on the Transportation Committee. My name is Ann Matlack, and I represent House District 43, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, and part of Owl's Head, all in Knox County. I am here today to testify in support of LD 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped and to use school bus crossing arms, and to present an amendment to this bill. As you will note on the attached amendment, we are asking that this bill be renamed to reflect the addition of anti-pinch sensors. I understand that some community members following me may ask that this bill be renamed in memory of the two children who died. So that is something else to keep in consideration, and whether or not their families agree that this is a good thing to do. Reflect the addition of anti-pinch sensors as required safety equipment on all school buses. Shortly after a school child was killed in Rockland due to the lack of clarity on the use of crossing arms, another school child was killed in Standish due to the lack of anti-pinch sensors. These deaths could have been prevented by mandating all school buses in Maine install and use these safety devices. We also ask that school bus operation training reflect the required use of this equipment, and that beginning in the fall of 2027, inspections of all school buses include this equipment and ensure that it is properly functioning or the inspection fails. We also have representatives from a company or two who make these anti-pinch devices, and they can more directly discuss how long it might be for implementation and so forth. Thank you, sir. We are also here to ensure that this bill is properly funded. Twice in the past, safety measures such as these have been presented to the legislature, and twice the legislature balked at the price of the fiscal note. It is now time for the piper to be paid. This amendment requires that all retrofitting of buses be funded by the comptroller, or if there are insufficient funds, that available funds in the unallocated surplus of the general fund be used. This funding is not to be taken from previously allocated Department of Education funding, nor is it to be used for anything other than bringing all Maine school buses into compliance with this legislation. We as a legislator allowed 2 prior bills to become law without adequate funding, and 2 children paid with their lives, and their families and communities will always mourn their loss. More of my colleagues will come after me to address other aspects of this bill, but I would be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative Matlock.
Thank you.
Question, Senator Nangle.
I'm looking someplace and I've seen, so school buses, 2025 models and later already have these, both of these safety
In theory, yes.
in theory? Okay,
Not late.
okay.
Going forward. Going forward. Yeah, going forward. They're not to be not retrofitted, but buses put into service at certain times going forward will be required to have these pieces.
Good. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Representative.
Thank you.
So if I understood it from Representative Geiger, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there a way to have these automatic? I know it sounds like she said you could opt out, they normally do, but is there a way, so like the door, like somehow it's foolproof, I guess is what I'm looking for.
Nothing is foolproof.
I know.
But
I know.
there are gentlemen in the back row who
Okay.
work with these,
Okay.
with the anti-pinch sensors, and they can address how they function.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Additional testimony from legislators in the room. Welcome, Senator.
Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Penny Beebe Center. I have the honor of representing Senate District 12, which covers nearly all of Knox County and includes the Rockland School District. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 2159, an act to require all school buses to be equipped with and use additional safety equipment. On November 21st, 2025, a 12-year-old student in Rockland got off his school bus and was run over by that bus. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, released its initial findings after preliminary investigation. According to the NTSB, the RSU 13 school bus stopped at the intersection of Eliza Steele Drive and Broadway at about 2:20 in the afternoon to unload 3 student passengers. In front of where the bus stopped was a marked pedestrian crosswalk. According to the NTSB report, the 12-year-old was the last to exit the bus. He walked towards the front of the bus, and as he stepped onto the marked crosswalk, at the right front corner of the bus began to move forward, hitting the boy. The boy fell to the ground and was subsequently run over by the bus. He died of his injuries. A traffic report by the Rockland Police Department revealed that the bus crossing arm was not engaged at that time. A mere 3 weeks later, on December 16th, 2025, a second student in Standish was run over by his school bus and died of his injuries. In this case, the preliminary NTSB report indicated that the student was a 5-year-old kindergartner who approached the bus from the rear and attempted to board. As he did so, the bus door closed, trapping his arm. The child was dragged 300 feet before falling onto the ground and being run over by the bus. 2 accidents resulting in the deaths of 2 students in a mere 3 weeks. The circumstances of each death had already been subject to change under Maine law, but each change had resulted in requirements for bus safety in the future, not retroactively. The crossing arm was addressed in a 2019 bill that required all buses bought from 2021 onward to have a crossing arm, but no change was required for older buses, and no requirement to use a crossing arm was built into the statute. The required installation of anti-pinch sensors to prevent a school bus door from trapping the student was addressed in 2023 and required the installation of the anti-pinch sensors for all buses purchased in 2025 and going forward. The bus in Standish lacked a sensor. Waiting for school districts around the state to slowly replace their buses is no longer tenable, if it ever was. The bill will include a fiscal note, as it will require that all buses have the required safety equipment installed by the start of the fall of 2026 school year. The governor has signaled that she will provide school funding for this in her supplemental budget proposal. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 2159. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here, Senator. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Welcome, Representative Golick.
Thank you. Bear with me for a second. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Cheryl Golick, and I represent District 99, which includes Harpswell and part of Brunswick. I am here today to give my full and unwavering support to LD 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped with and to use school bus crossing arms. I'm heartsick that this bill is before you under such tragic circumstances. 2 recent school bus incidents in Rockland and Standish that claimed the lives of 2 Maine children. These losses should never have happened. They shouldn't have happened. And they underscore the urgency of this moment. Unfortunately, this is not the first time a bill of this nature has come before this committee. I stood in this very room in 2019 as a mother and as a constituent of the Honorable Jay McCrate to testify in support of LD 19, an act to require public school buses to be equipped with school bus crossing arms. LD 19 was born from a deeply personal tragedy. Almost 30 years ago now, on November 17th, 1997, my 7-year-old son, Michael, stepped off a school bus on what should have been an ordinary day. And as he crossed in front of the bus, the driver did not wait long enough and drove forward. Michael was caught on the front bumper and dragged down the road, then released to the pavement. As he tried to move, the front tires ran over him, followed by the double back tires. His 5-year-old brother ran into the street and tried to pull him from safety as the children on the bus watched. Michael suffered severe trauma to his body, but I am one of the fortunate ones, and so is he, because he lived. I've spent more than 2 decades fighting to prevent other families from experience what we did. LD 19 passed with good intentions, but it was amended so that crossing arms would only be required on new school buses. If I can pause for a minute, when that bill first came forward, my district had retrofitted all their buses with the crossing arms. And after almost 20 years, I realized that they were no longer doing it. So I went to Jay McCrate and brought that bill forward. In 2023, I found myself back in this room, this time as a legislator, after 2 more preventable tragedies in our state. I introduced LD 62, following 2 school bus dragging incidents in 2022. One in Buxton, where a 6-year-old boy's backpack was caught in the door and he was dragged nearly 700 feet. And another in Auburn, where a 10-year-old boy was dragged 50 to 60 feet before the bus stopped. LD 62 also passed in this very committee. But again, it was amended to apply only to new school buses going forward. The difference is that the funding we did not have support for then is now available. LD 2159 creates a path to finally finish what these earlier bills began. Governor Janet Mills has announced a proposal for approximately $4.3 million to enhance safety measures on Maine school buses, including retrofitting existing buses with crossing arms and anti-pincher door sensors. In a press release, she referenced both LD 19 and LD 62, acknowledging the long-standing need for these protections. Now with LD 2059 and funding commitment before us, we have the opportunity to extend these life-saving protections on every bus on the road, not just the new ones. So I stand before you today to ask plainly and urgently, pass LD 2159 today. Do it today. Move into your work session and pass it today. The funding has been promised. The need is undeniable. The tragedies are real. And our children's lives and safety depend on us acting now. Let us today do what we did not do in 2019 or 2023. We owe it to the families who have lost children, to the children who survived, and to every parent who puts their child on a school bus each morning. Let us finish the job and protect every child who steps onto a school bus in the state of Maine. Now, I thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to speak. This clearly is also a personal issue for me, but I do have information and I'm happy to answer questions you may have about LD 19 or 62 because it's important.
Thank you, Representative Golick. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Seeing no other legislators present, we will move into testimony in support of LD 2159.
Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and members of the Committee on Transportation. My name is Stephanie Tribo, and I'm from Owl's Head. I wear several hats. I'm a parent, a longtime member of the Midcoast community, and an administrator dedicated to student safety. You have already heard powerful testimony, and I imagine will continue to hear that today, about the importance of protecting children, and I echo those sentiments. My deepest condolences to the families and communities who have experienced tragic loss. I want to begin by commending Representative Geiger, Representative Matlack, and Senator Beebe Center for their swift work on this emergency legislation. Their willingness to listen and act quickly on transportation safety has been both reassuring and inspiring. I'm here today in support of this bill, as well as in support of continued thoughtful research-based revisions to this bill, provided it includes clear statutory guidance and dedicated funding so that all Maine students, regardless of their district size or resources, receive equal protection. LD 19 from the 129th legislature was an important step. It required crossing arms on newly purchased buses beginning in 2021. However, as you heard, LD 19 fell short in 3 key areas. It excluded much of Maine's existing fleet, older buses. It provided no guidance on when or how crossing arms should be used, and it lacks sufficient funding to offset costs for districts. This bill offers opportunity to address the 3 gaps left by LD 19. Safety equipment alone is not enough without clear expectations for use. Crossing arms are designed to protect students in the highest risk zone in the front of the bus, yet Maine remains a local discretion state for both installation on older buses and use regarding all buses, resulting in inconsistent practices and inequitable safety outcomes. National data shows that states with both installation requirements and clear usage expectations have fewer front-of-bus related accidents. I urge you to review model policy from other states, such as Georgia, Wisconsin, and Delaware, for their clarity on expectations. And I urge your committee to focus on 3 goals as this bill moves forward. First, clarify statutory language so drivers and districts know exactly when and how crossing arms are to be used, drawing on strong models from other states. Second, ensure this is a funded mandate. Without funding, safety requirements disproportionately burden our more rural districts and undermine equity. Third, clearly define any permitted use of automatic recycling interrupt switches to avoid ambiguity and unintended safety risks. That's the switch that cancels the use of the crossing arm. You might want to compare and contrast Wisconsin's and Delaware's approaches to this language in particular. In closing, this bill has the potential to save lives, but only if it delivers on clarity, consistency, and equity. I respectfully propose that you continue refining this legislation so that crossing arms function as the life-saving devices they are intended to be for every Maine student. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tribo.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Senator Nagel, Representative Crafts, and members of the Transportation Committee. I am Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director for the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped with and to use school bus crossing arms. And we also support the amendment that would include anti-pinching door sensors. In the past few months, Maine has seen 2 tragic accidents involving students and school buses, and our associations extend our condolences to the family and friends impacted by these tragedies. This is something that no family, school, or community should ever have to endure. Safety is the top priority of every educator across our state, and we must do everything possible to make sure each Maine child and family feels safe. We believe that requiring the use of crossing arms and anti-pinching door sensors is a logical and important safety measure that will better protect every Maine child. These devices provide an additional visual and physical cue that helps guide students to cross at safe distance in front of the buses and increases the driver's visual awareness when the school bus is stopped. We agree that the safety equipment across the state strengthens protections for students. While we want this equipment installed as fast as possible, we would urge the committee to consider amending the bill, which has already been recommended, and providing a timeline for implementation that is realistic and operationally feasible for all school districts. If this bill were passed and signed tomorrow as an emergency measure, every school bus would be required that same day to have a crossing arm and an anti-pinching door sensor. However, retrofitting existing buses will require some time for schools to purchase the equipment, schedule installations, inspections, and training, while still ensuring that buses remain on the road each day to transport students safely to and from school. We believe that a realistic timeline would require crossing arms in all main school buses by the first day of the school year next year. That being said, I'd be happy to get some data for you for the work session to talk to some of the larger districts to see whether that's a feasible opportunity. Our office has spoken with the bill's sponsor, and Representative Geiger was open to the amendment, as you heard, and we believe that a phased-in implementation would allow districts to comply with law without compromising daily transportation services on student access to school. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for being here, Ms. King. Any clarifying questions? Senator Nangle.
Ms. King, thank you for being here. Would it be possible for you to get a count of the number of buses that are going to require this?
Yes.
Um,
We can send a survey out to our superintendents, and we can find out what the number would be, an estimate of the number, how many already have them, and obviously how many in the older fleet would need them.
Yeah, great.
I did text one of our superintendents while I was sitting here, and she did a larger district, and she said September 1 would be difficult. January 1 would be very possible, but I'll get that data for you for the work session.
Thanks very much.
See no other questions. Thank you. Oh, Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Yeah, my earlier question, and sort of I have changed it a little bit. So just I'm trying to get an understanding. So when the door is open, the arm goes out unless it's disarmed.
That's my understanding.
I'm just curious if we can change that so I don't know. And also, that's kind of like thinking out loud. So on the back of most car, when I say most car, I drive a really old car, but it still has, if I back up and something is within so many feet, it beeps. Is there a way to do that on a front of a bus as well? Because if the arm goes back when the door closes, couldn't some small child not be detected in front of the bus?
I really don't have the knowledge to answer that question, but I certainly could.
That would be great. If you could find that out, would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And for any members in the audience who might speak later, who might address that same question, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King, for being here. Continue with testimony in support of 2159. Welcome, go right ahead.
Thank you. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. First off, my name is not Rob Susi, Director of the Maine School Safety Center. My name is Jennifer Belanger, and I am from the Department of Education presenting this testimony on behalf of Rob Susi, who is the Director of the Maine School Safety Center. He had a last-minute emergency, couldn't make it today. But I am here representing the Maine Department of Education in support of LD 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped with and to use school bus crossing arms. This bill proposes that all school buses be equipped with a school bus crossing arm and requires the operator of a school bus to activate the school bus crossing arm while the bus is stopped to receive or discharge passengers. The Maine Department of Education values student safety and certainly appreciates the effort of the sponsor and co-sponsors in designing this important bill. As you are all also aware, Governor Mills issued an executive order establishing the Maine School Transportation Safety Commission. The goal of this commission is to comprehensively review school transportation safety regulations, rules, and best practices, and provide updated guidance to the field. Further, the governor has announced she intends to include $4.3 million in the supplemental budget to support the enhancement of school bus safety measures. The legislation here is timely, important, and obviously should be considered carefully to ensure that the intent can be carried forward through implementation. And the Maine DOE offers the following information to support you all in your deliberations. First of all, based on estimates from data reported to the DOE, there are approximately 1,120 buses in the state of Maine that would require the retrofitting of the cross arm. I did hear that question earlier. I had it ready and waiting for you. The upper estimate, which varies by manufacturer, is approximately 3,000 on the bus, but that would be the upper estimate. The crossing arm cannot be installed on a certain type of bus that does not have air used for air brakes. And according to my colleagues, there's approximately 75 school buses that would be pertinent to. And in order to comply with the bill, some school buses would have to be replaced by SAUs. So that should be considered. An additional consideration for SAUs is the need to plan for the routine and emergency maintenance of the crossing arms, specifically during cold weather, and establish the contingency plans for when the bus does not have an operating crossing arm. And finally, the National Congress of School Transportation, the NCST, recently convened and voted to keep the crossing arm as a recommended option in their national model specifications rather than a mandatory requirement. The Maine DOE is in support of 2159, an act to require school buses to be equipped with and to use school bus crossing arms. I am happy to take questions from the committee. I've been capturing them as we go. I will answer what I can, continue to collect what I cannot for a response by work session, and a representative from the department could be available at that point as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belanger. Representative Inkles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Belanger. For the work session, can you find out if the administration is okay with, I realize that this is meant to be a funding proposal within the supplemental budget, but typically the supplemental budget is one of the last bills to go through the legislative process in a session. There's precedent for bills of this nature where we act more quickly and separate out a bill and exempt it from the table and fund it directly. And since the governor has indicated a willingness to provide this funding, is the administration okay with having this bill go through on its own channel as an emergency measure?
Understood. I will ask and bring that back.
Senator Nangle, excuse me.
So could the Department of Education look for bids for these devices for each model of bus and try and get a state bid price
Great question.
so that we can have, hopefully we can have a lower cost?
I will ask and bring that back to you. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Representative Bishop.
The 75 buses that you mentioned, I'm well aware of a lot of mechanical scenarios with these types of things, but there's also a lot of very intelligent people that work in different sectors, potentially bus garages, that may be able to develop a bracket or something that could. So even though they're currently listed as not being a direct bolt-on scenario, I'd be really curious to see what specific scenario prevents those 75 buses from accepting it.
Absolutely.
And what could potentially be done. Thank you.
Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I have a few questions. One is my original question of, is it possible to have a sensor on the front of the bus? So if for some reason the arm comes in and that is no longer in play, if we could find that out.
Have it written already. Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then the other question is, pretty sure it was you that brought up the commission that
Yes.
the governor had authorized. I don't want to get into the weeds. I just want to know if is that overall bus safety, or is it addressing this issue? And as a parent who had a child, a kindergarten that was left on the bus, and returned to the fleet with that child on the bus, until I called and said, "Where's my child?" So I just want to know if we're
Parents'
looking-
worst nightmare. I've heard
Yes,
it.
yes, to be standing there waiting for your child and not show up. Yes.
I do not know the answer to that, and I'm sorry, and I will get that back to you as well.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here this afternoon. These 75 school buses with no air.
Yep.
I believe, and I could be wrong, but are these 75 school bus drivers, do they have an air brake endorsement? Like if you replace these 75 school buses that to go to air brakes, are they certified? You know, do they have the endorsement? I'm just curious how that will work. I mean, we're in a bus driver shortage. We're constantly looking for bus drivers, and like Representative Bishop said, is, you know, why can't the non-air brake buses be equipped?
I will bring back more information on that. Absolutely.
Do you have any knowledge about why the control arms are an optional recommendation by the National Congress of School Transportation?
I didn't get fully briefed on that, but
Okay.
I just know that there were, because of the cost in different places, and it was a national organization. So I think it was just, if I recall from what my colleague told me, it was very close, but ultimately decided to be highly encouraged because there wasn't full agreement.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. And have some schools done this on their own and just gone ahead and knowing the safety for the children? You know, and I realize money's always the issue on everything, but if a school district has 20 buses and it's 3,000 a bus, it's $60,000 in budgets that are millions and millions.
Of course.
And I was just wondering if,
I don't know that answer. It is possible I can get that for you. I will try to. Absolutely.
thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for being here.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us, the whole committee. House Chair Crafts. We are from Miser USA. We are a safety first organization that produces anti-pinch technology for all transportation fields, automotive, non-automotive, public transportation, rail, school bus. But before we begin any of the testimonial, I'd like to introduce myself, Nicholas Lusk, Head of Operations at Miser USA, Lance Niskorsky, our lead project engineer, and Andrew Wiseman, our sales engineer. Before we begin, we want to pause and acknowledge the unimaginable loss suffered by the Gonzalez and Callahan families. Our thoughts are with you, and all of us at Miser stand with you during this incredibly difficult time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Miser is a safety-focused organization with a long history of developing technologies to prevent injuries. At Miser, our mission is simple but deeply meaningful. We work every day to prevent injuries and save lives. We do this through our design and manufacturing of safety-critical technologies, most notably our anti-pinch sensors, which are used across the transportation industry to detect obstructions, stop dangerous motion before harm occurs. With decades of experience, Miser has supplied anti-pinch technologies to cars, trains, and transit buses, but for many years, this proven safety technology was not required or standardized for school buses. And we would like to increase the awareness that there are solutions available. This incident in Standish was not the first and will not be the last. If we continue to overlook this issue, this century there have been over 50 reported incidents nationwide, each involving a child placed in danger, with 3 tragic losses of life. And in Maine alone, there have been 3 incidences in recent years. With proven and readily available safety solutions already used in other transportation sectors, it is essential to establish clear requirements.
We can push door safety even a step further. Transit buses worldwide must comply with anti-pinch regulations and pass testing to confirm conformance. Other jurisdictions have already recognized this risk and have addressed it through clear safety standards, such as California's Code of Regulations, Title 12, Section 1267, which states, Doors shall release when the door closes on an object as small as a 1/2 inch diameter smooth cylinder held perpendicular to the plane of the door, opening at any point where the door halves meet. A 1/2 inch test specimen is about the size of a human finger and would detect a child's body part if obstructed in the door. We believe it is essential that any future regulation in Maine includes a clear, enforceable, and standardized safety test that every school bus must pass to ensure the children are safe when boarding and exiting school buses. Furthermore, there is an additional layer of protection known as anti-drag detection that addresses risks traditional anti-pitch systems may miss. Anti-drag can detect obstructions as small as a backpack strap or a dog leash, even if the doors are closed. Anti-drag is key for school buses because over 75% of school bus related incidents are by objects that can be difficult to detect through some anti-pinch solutions, such as jackets or backpacks. Anti-drag is mandated in Europe and in recent years has gained popularity in the United States rail and transit bus market. The regulation most commonly used for anti-drag is EN 14752, and the test specimen is a 0.8 millimeter rubber specimen that is pulled in 7 different directions of the closed door to ensure all angles properly detect the obstructed specimen. This anti-drag regulation has proven effective in preventing injuries, including clothes, straps, and backpacks in these regions. We approach our work with empathy, craftsmanship, and unwavering commitment to continuous improvement. Everyone involved in school transportation, regulators, manufacturers, and the community shares a responsibility to act before another family is affected. No parent should ever have to wonder whether a preventable safety design gap contributed to the loss of a child. Thank you for your time and your dedication to public safety.
Thank you all for being here. Questions from the committee? Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. On the timeline mentioned in the bill, is there any issue on supply chain and making enough for that short period of time?
Realistically, expectations would be probably beginning of 2027 for us. The key factor is every school bus door has a different door system design. We have air power doors, we have electric power doors, we have manual doors, and that however the regulation law passed, it'll depend on how we are going to outfit these doors. If models are the same and school districts have one model for 20 years, retrofit is easy and we can move quickly in that field. Again, end of this year to beginning of 2027 seems realistic to us, something that can happen. The supply chain can support that, production can support that, and I think it's a realistic expectation of not only our organization, but also the state of Maine to be prepared for that.
Thank you.
Are the anti-drag and anti-pinch testing procedures done by industry representatives, or is that something that a district could test themselves? Like when you describe the 7 different directions for the anti-drag, how complicated and how much time and resources needed to do that regular testing?
It's a pretty simple test. Simply, you just have a metal for the anti-pinch that I mentioned for California. It's simply just a 1/2 inch rod that someone can stick in the door. It closes. The door should notify that there's something obstructing the doors and open back up. And once that's detected, that's simply the test for anti-pinch. The doors work and someone can approve it, and then it's completed essentially.
Okay, and what about the anti-drag?
The anti-drag would be similar method. You put it, and we don't have the test specimen with us, but essentially you put it in the door and you're able to pull it in 7 different directions. At least that's what this regulation calls out. 7 different directions ranging from 10 degrees to 170 degrees. And it has to detect once you pull below a certain force in all those directions. And then if it passes that, then it's able to be classified as anti-drag.
Okay, thank you. I saw Representative White and then Perry and Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you guys for being here. And this is a more general question, and I know you hear about the anti-pinch and anti-drag, but the crossing bars is on my mind where there's the availability of technology like radar systems that Representative Montel was mentioning. Do you have any thoughts on this legislation that you'd like to share in the idea that there could be better technology available, or technology that would give us a better service? And I'd hate to put something in statute that would limit that new technology. Your thoughts?
I think what's being spoke about here today is extremely important, and I think both safety elements are critical to ensuring that we are proactively providing safety to all students within Maine. And, for us, it's not only a matter of just Maine. We believe that this is something that should be mandated across all of the United States. The safety arm is a great idea. We're not as engaged in the safety arm. We're more focused on the tactile and capacitive sensing pinching market. But both things that have been brought up here today are extremely crucial. And one key point that we wanted to make is with the previous legislation that was passed that required some type of anti-pinch detection. The drag is not a part of that. And the drag is the key aspect of what we see here is when the backpack gets caught, when the dog leash or the keychain that they have gets caught, that's where these drags happen. And the issue that we see is the driver can't see if it's the backpack strap that's caught there and the child has now swung out of view and the bus is driving. That is the key to this. And it's also integrating some type of audible alarm to the driver. And it's not just a matter of the door opening or the door closing. It's a matter of alerting the driver because we need to make sure that they are properly vigilant, about protecting all passengers on the bus. But I completely agree. Everything here is proactively going the right way for bus safety for all children of Maine.
Representative Perry.
Yeah, thank you for that last statement, because that was going to be my next question was about, are there alarms that go off so they know that there's an issue and at least they can stop immediately? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it sounds like this technology is your part is the anti-pinch, because I had that other question. I don't know if you heard it about, a way to, as you move forward, because the anti-pinch obviously only influences those situations or has an effect on those situations where something gets caught. But if it's just a child crossing, even with the arm out, if a child was crossing or that was small in stature, it may not see them. Is there, if it's not your company, if you know of that technology in the industry?
There is. So there, you have radar detection that could also be included onto, your front crossing arm. It's typically seen in automotive, your standard automotive vehicles. There's also tactile sensing that you can put in capacitive sensing on to that crossing arm, something that we offer capacitive technology. So you don't need the physical touch, your body being present will create that. We don't have enough maybe knowledge about the crossing arm and how it would function with our product and all those details, but something that we could look into and be willing to support this committee with on how can we co-push this issue forward and how can we help resolve it for optimal safety results.
Thank you.
With the capacitive system that we have, we're dealing with the door blades, which are a lot closer together. I think the system that you want has a larger range. Because that's the point of the crossing arm is to make them walk all the way in front to be in view. So that range of detection.
I'm sorry. So the crossing arm I thought went out to the side.
Yeah.
It goes to the
From the front.
front. Oh, okay. So the door opens and it goes to the front. And it does detect if.
There's.
It's just.
Okay.
It's just
So,
physical.
but it can't detect like I said, when I use my backup, when I back up, if it's a snow pile, it detects it or.
Yeah, it's a physical obstacle that makes the child or the passenger go far enough. In
I
front of
gotcha.
the
Yeah,
bus
that's
for the
right. I do
lights.
remember hearing that at the beginning, but okay. But still, if for some reason, how low is it if a child is particularly small? Those are all questions that are swirling around and perhaps we can address that as we continue or in the work session, we can get that information. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Representative Mason. Do you have an approximate cost? I know we saw there was an estimate on installing the arms at around $3,000 a bus. Is for anti-pinch and anti-drag, is there a range?
I think first what we would need to understand is the fleet of what the Maine has. Once we had an idea, if we could get just a breakdown of how many buses, what type of bus, we can provide relative cost relatively soon after that. It's like, the hard part is knowing, is it an electrical door? Is it an air door? Is it a manual door that's, the driver is actually using like a control lever to push on? If we could get some feedback on how many buses we would be talking about and how many models and how many different years, costing is relatively easy to put together for that.
Just as a kind of a background, yesterday we met with an OEM dealer and he stated to us that basically the door hasn't changed since 2006 until 2025. So every bus that needed to be retrofit from 2006, which I don't think there's any buses left in Maine from 2006, but up until 2024, it's all the same door. So it'd be the same design. We would just have to get one design and then it would be able to go from there.
I'm going to make a request. It's a little unusual, but Ms. King in the second row from the School Management Association, I'm sorry, the Superintendent's Association. Could you talk with her prior to leaving today? Because if she's going to send out an survey of school districts, it might be helpful to have the information of what types of buses, what you're describing, the types of buses, if you could just connect with her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee. Braden and Simon left home with backpacks on, excited for school. Parents waving from the door just like every other day. Nothing felt different. Nothing felt dangerous. They climbed onto a school bus, believing that they would bring them home. It didn't. Braden, forever 12. Simon, forever 5. In just 26 days, 2 innocent children were taken from this world. 2 families destroyed. 2 childhoods ended. Maine does have school bus safety laws, but they have not kept pace with modern safety technology and critical protections and leave critical protections optional. This bill does not replace existing law. It closes a gap that came tragically clear with the loss of Braden and Simon. If school buses had been equipped with these safety features, these 2 beautiful children would be here today. The cost of this equipment is nothing compared to the cost these families now carry the rest of their lives. Without change, another child will be lost. This is not speculation. This is history repeating itself. Insurance costs will rise. Lawsuits cost far more than prevention. Both deaths were preventable. And now that we know that, choosing not to act becomes a decision. This bill sets a minimum safety standard for these protections. Families cannot install these protections themselves. Only you guys can. Please vote yes. Require the arm bar. Please require the safety systems because every child deserves to leave home and come back. My name is Alicia Sessions.
Thank you, Ms. Sessions.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Just a moment, guys. Hello, I'd like to introduce myself. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name's Jennifer Foster. I might get a little emotional and I do apologize about that. I am one of the Angels of Hope for the Voiceless Children. I'm the vice president of the group that we've started to advocate for the families of Simon and Braden. So that's why I'm here today. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I'm honored and very nervous to be up here. My voice may shake and it may crackle, but today it will be heard for Braden, for Simon, for all of the children in Maine. Today, I'm their voice. Not one, but two tragedies just 26 days apart stole the life of Braden and then Simon. These tragedies occurred in two separate communities in our beautiful state of Maine, bringing two separate families to their knees, asking why Braden and why Simon. There truly is no answer, no words to make emptiness and loss easier or for anyone to digest. I personally couldn't wrap my head around these tragedies. I kept asking myself, how did this happen? Not once, but twice. What I do know is this could have been my family, your neighbor's family. It has become crystal clear that something is terribly faulted with our bus safety and changes need to be made. We don't want another family to experience this heartache, another empty seat in a classroom where a child full of life and dreams once sat. This mission isn't about money, it isn't about politics, and it isn't about placing blame. It's about making changes, long overdue changes to ensure our buses are equipped with the same basic safety features that are on our own vehicles today. The basic safety standards for school buses does not match today's 2026 current technology. I am asking for this bill, LD 2159, to be amended to include safety features such as cross-arm bar that cannot be disabled. I did look it up. Sorry, I'm going to go over the three while we were talking. Yes, they do have sensors on them, so if there's a bus in front of them, then it will stay up. But other than that, they will be functioning. I did look that up. Anti-pinch doors, sensors, we all know why. 360 cameras outside the bus, is that something else? They also do have bumper sensors, by the way. I looked that up. These safety measures would help protect all children in Maine and keep them safer than they are today. No one in this room here can say that these two boys' deaths could not have been prevented if these buses had these safety features to begin with. Their deaths should not be in vain. While school buses are considered safe by our current standards, they're still lacking in up-to-date safety features. The highest risk occurs outside the buses while they're loading and unloading that process. It is our job to make sure that our most precious cargo, our children, and our grandchildren arrive to their classroom in the morning and then to their loved ones in the afternoon. You have heard my voice today, and I'm asking for you to join me and those standing with me and be a voice for Braden, for Simon, for all of Maine's children, and vote in favor of these changes. Maine, let's set an example for the rest of our country by stepping up and putting these safety features into law so that our future leaders of Maine's children and their safety is our top priority. Let's make Maine school buses the safest in our nation. On behalf of the families here today, we would be humbled if you'd consider honoring the boys and naming this law the Braden and Simon Lewis Law. Thank you for hearing my voice.
Ms. Foster, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your
I
testimony.
appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Before I start, there is totally radar sensors that can surround entire buses. So what you're asking, there is technology for that. I'm not super versed in it all, but I know it's out there. All right, good afternoon, Chair Nangle and members of the Transportation Committee, Madam Chair. Thank you for having us here. My name is Brittany. I live in South Thomaston, Maine. I'm here because I'm angry and I'm concerned, and I know I'm not the only one. In just over a month, we lost two little boys to school bus incidents that should have never happened. Braden Callahan, 12 years old, struck in Rockland because the crossing arm wasn't deployed by a bus driver who didn't even care to sit up properly to have his eyes on the road. Simon Lewis Gonzalez, 5 years old, dragged and killed in Standish because no one saw his arm was pinned in the door. These are not statistics. These are Maine's children. They are our most precious gift.
We must pass LD 2159 requiring crossing arms on every school bus in the state is a no-brainer and should have been made mandatory years ago. Pass it now. Crossing arms work. 25 other states already require them, and data shows they help reduce danger zone fatalities and illegal passing incidents. In the Rockland tragedy, a deployed crossing arm very likely would have saved Braden's life. But crossing arms alone are not enough. Clearly, because Braden's bus was equipped with a crossing arm, but it was not deployed. Why? There's another hole we can't ignore. For years, parents in Rockland voiced real concerns about Jeffrey Colburn's driving. Sharp stops, kids slamming into seats, comments that didn't sit right. Those warnings went straight to the district and vanished. No record, no follow-up, until Braden's life ended under his wheels. We aren't asking for blame, we are asking for ears. Please give us, with the Maine Transportation Safety Commission, give parents mandatory parent accessible complaint logs for every bus driver. We need more transparency. We need to breathe life back into basic standard safety. Every winter, I see school buses driving through the local area with rear windows completely caked in dirt and grime from the roads, so thick you can't even see into the bus from behind. These are massive vehicles carrying living, breathing children, not perishable goods. We can't let them roll down the road without clear visibility. That's not acceptable. And we need real human vigilance, especially on routes with young kids. Bus drivers need to be the best of the best professional operators focused on the road and the safety of their passengers, our children. These drivers are professional operators, not babysitters. And things have changed drastically with kids in the last 20, 30 years with behavioral problems. Yet these drivers are expected to be babysitters while also managing behavior, boarding, exiting, and hazards, sometimes overseeing 50 to 70 elementary students on a single route. Compare that to Maine's licensed daycares and preschools. State rules require strict staff to child ratios. For example, 1 adult per 10 preschoolers ages 3 to 5, and school chaperone ratios are anywhere from 1 adult to 10 children to 1 to 5, depending on the field trip and where it is. These are stationary environments with trained staff focused solely on supervision. Yet, on a moving bus full of high energy, often neurodivergent kids, where about 20% of Maine public school students receive special education services, many with ADHD or autism, we're asking one driver to handle it all alone. I can see how it could be a lot. That's an impossible overload, and it puts every child at risk. A dedicated bus aide or monitor on elementary routes, kids 12 and under, could change that. Aides provide the extra eyes and hands to assist with safe boarding and exiting, redirect behavior, catch hazards like a lingering child or pinned arm, and let the driver focus on driving. This isn't luxury, it's layered protection that complements tech and prevents tragedies no sensor can fully stop. Governor Mills' recent $4.3 million proposal to retrofit existing buses with crossing arms and anti-pinch door sensors is a strong start. Let's build on that momentum to ensure funds support not just hardware, but human vigilance like aids too. We need a safety stand down, a statewide moment where everyone remembers we are carrying life's most precious gift, children. And we must protect all of them like they are our own by loving them enough to hire people who truly care about them, to hold school and government officials in charge of background checks and licensures accountable, to keep windows clean, to use the cross arms we have, and give students and drivers the support they need to make it to and from school every day safely. Pass LD 2159 immediately, and then let's go further. Mandate annual hands-on bus safety courses with students and parents. 360 cameras with heads-up display. Aids on needed elementary routes. Enforce basic visibility even in winter months, and make Maine the state that puts our kids first every single time. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brittany. Can you provide your last name for us?
Young,
Young.
Y-O-U-N-G.
Just as a reminder, we ask that you provide us with your name if it's not in your testimony. That's okay. Just a reminder.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Representative Angeles.
Thanks. Not a question, but thank you for being here. And I just wanted to offer my condolences to both communities that experienced this. And I wanted to apologize because I have to swing into dad mode and because school's almost out and I have to go back. But I just wanted to share my support for the legislation and thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Take any other testimony in support of LD 2159. Is there anyone here to testify in opposition? Is there anyone here to testify neither for nor against? Andy, is there anyone to testify online? No. Anyone else in the audience who would like to testify today? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I think it's important that we recognize that 2 little boys died in less than a month. And I'd like to ask the committee and the entire room to share a moment of silence for their lives. Thank you. I'd just like to say that I think we heard Representative Geiger's introduction to the bill, and I leaned over to Representative Crafts and just said, can we vote? Like, let's move this along. But I think we've also had other discussions where we really want to get this right. You know, we don't want to have an amendment come, you know, in another session. As far as information, somebody referenced Georgia
Delaware and Wisconsin.
Georgia and Delaware and Wisconsin have model policies. Can we get those?
Pennsylvania also has the radar technology. It's called Abigail's Law.
Okay.
Yep.
That too.
Any other requests from committee members? Representative White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And technology, if we can find out anything about the 360 cameras and the radar in particular. And I pass on the same condolences that Senator Nagel did.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Somebody, it's been mentioned, I think a couple times in here, but I have a real problem with that arm being able to be controlled by the bus driver. That should be automatic, come down every time and go back up.
Actually goes back to the bumper.
Right.
Representative Bishop.
Just want to acknowledge something for the people that are here in regards to the timeline where the line of questioning that you heard today was all, how do we dial this in to make this correct, get it appropriate, and take action in a way that, yes, it's an emergency bill, but there's also logistics that we have to work through in regards to making sure that, you know, Representative Perry's questions about supply chain, and as soon as these things are implemented, does everything line up correctly? So, although there won't be direct action taken today, it's something that we are actively working on now. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and make sure everyone understood that the goal is very mutual and common as we go through this, but there's a way we got to dial it in and make it right soon. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that.
Thank you, Representative. For other members of the public who are here as members of the committee are leaving. And if anyone would like to speak with members of the committee, please find us in the halls, or everyone's welcome to share. We're not able to take any additional public comment at the time. But if you would like to speak to individual representatives after, that's fine. And we will move to a work session at a scheduled later date. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?